Midwest Super Comp, 8 and 9. Midwest Super Comp, this is your call for your timed run. Midwest Super Comp, lanes 8 and 9. We need you on your way. Midwest Super Comp, lanes 8 and 9. All right, Midwest Super Comp, for your first and only timed run. You get a qualifier after this, but for your timed run, this is your call, 8 and 9. Midwest Super Comp, 8 and 9. Final call for Midwest Super Comp. Motorcycles will take you to the lanes. Now listen up, we have changed your lanes if you weren't here earlier. No box bike to 4, box bike to 5. Let me say that again. No box bike to 4, box bike to 5. So motorcycles will take you to the lanes for your first timed run. Bikes to 4, box bikes to 5. No box bikes to 4, box bikes to 5. Your first timed run. You have been called. No box and box both. Bikes, you have been called. So head on up here to the lanes. Bikes, you have been called. No box to 4, bikes to 5. So let's make your way up here. You'll be coming out right after Midwest Super Comp. So let's make your way up to the lanes and get ready. Great treat for you, ladies and gentlemen. Here today we have the Midwest Super Comp Association here in attendance. This is their first timed run coming to the water as we speak. The idea for these guys is to run an 890 index in the quarter mile. They all have to run that 890 index in the quarter mile. So a little game you can play while this class is running is keep an eye on the scoreboards at the end of the racetrack and see just how close these racers come to that 890, because I guarantee you that's what they're shooting for. We'll take you to 6 and 7. Sportsman, we'll take you to 6 and 7. Sportsman, this is your call for your first time run, 6 and 7. Sportsman, 6-7. Sportsman, 6-7. Sportsman, you've been called. 6-7. Bikes, you should be up here. On motorcycles, box and no box, final call. Sportsman, 6-7. Sportsman, 6-7. 8 and 9. Box to 8 and 9 for your first time run. This is your call. Box to 8 and 9. This is your call. First time run. Box. Let's get moving. Box to 8 and 9. Box to 8 and 9. This is your call. Box to 8 and 9. First round of timed runs. First timed runs. Box to 8 and 9. First time run. This is your call. Try to be judicious in calling cars to the lanes today, racers, as it is a hot day out there, and we don't want you guys standing out there for half an hour getting ready to run. So we'll do the best we can at being timely and judicious at calling all cars to the lanes. Box, you are in the lanes now. We appreciate you coming up as quickly as you did. Thank you for that. But any box cars that are not in the lanes right now, we need you to lanes 8 and 9 as they are coming out. All right, no box. 6-7. All right, no box. Second timed run. 6-7. You can start trickling up to the lanes. 6-7. right, trophy 8 and 9. Trophy 8 and 9. Your call for your second timed run. Trophy 8 and 9, and we'll take our juniors to 3 and 4. So juniors, your call to 3 and 4. Second timed run for everybody. Once again, trophy to 8 and 9, trophy to 8 and 9, super to 4, novice to 3, juniors. Juniors, super to 4, novice to 3, your call second timed run, trophy. We also need you up here, second timed run. Got a birthday to call out today. Brian Thomas's birthday today. Pilot's a dragster in one of our classes. His daughter runs a junior laney, so if you see BT, wish him a happy birthday. And the same little bird who told me it was his birthday said he was, it's hard to believe, in his 60s. I tell you what, BT, you've held up well. I don't know what you're eating or drinking, but your lifestyle, but you look pretty good for that age. But anyway, age notwithstanding, wish BT a happy birthday today, please. Midwest Super Cup, listen up. You are on standby for your qualifying run. Midwest Super Cup, listen up. You are on standby for your qualifying run. It will not be long. And I'll be calling you up to 8 and 9. So you are on standby. This is Midwest Super Cup for your qualifying hit. Midwest Super Comp 8 and 9. Midwest Super Comp 8 and 9. This is your call to the lanes for your qualifying run. Midwest Super Comp 8 and 9. Midwest Super Comp 8 and 9. Midwest Super Comp, your qualifying run 8 and 9. Let's have you. No box and box motorcycles, you are on standby. No box motorcycles, you're on standby. Midwest Super Comp to the lanes. Super Comp 8 and 9. Midwest Super Comp, you're needed in lanes 8 and 9, your qualifying run. Midwest Super Comp 8 and 9. All right, a concession stand lady, Janet, lady who runs it. If your last name is Wilson and you're missing your wallet, she has it in the concession stand. So if your last name is Wilson, that's what's on the wallet or the ID involved. And you're missing your wallet, Janet has it in concessions. Go get it from her. Midwest Super Comp, you should be in lanes 8 and 9. This is your qualifying hit, so it's an important one. Midwest Super Comp, you should be in lanes 8 and 9. This is your qualifying run, so this is an important one. We need you to lanes 8 and 9, please. Bike, no box bike. Box bike, no box bike to the lanes. No box to 4, box bikes to 5. No box bikes to 4, box bikes to 5. This is your second timed run. Quiet moment. Want to thank our starting line crew here today. My gosh, they're standing out there on a black hot track, 90 degrees outside. These guys are putting in some serious time, and you should thank them for their efforts. You got AJ in the water box with the hose in his hand. Adam running around like he usually does, like a crazy man, doing work. Johnny, our starter today, and a couple of guests on the line also. We got Dan there helping us out. So Dan and Eric helping us out on the line today as we've had a few issues with personnel. This time of the year it does happen. Employees get usually school obligations come up and they can't make it. So we want to thank Eric and Dan for helping us out on the line today, and for everybody who's been on the line all day long on this hot, hot day here in Cordova. And of course, Nicole out in the staging lanes where it is no cooler, I can promise you that. No box bikes to 4, box bikes to 5. No box bikes to 4, box bikes to 5. Midwest Super Cup. You should be in the lanes right now. If you're not, you're going to miss your qualifying hit as you are about to come out on the track. Bikes, you should also be in the lanes. No box to 4 and box to 5. Sportsman, you are on standby. Our Midwest Super Comp class, they are getting one qualifying run today. These guys go full pull all the way to quarter mile, and the goal is to run 890. It is an index class. Everybody wants to run 890. There are no dials in this class. 890 is the goal. You run faster than 890, it's a loss. If you run too far over 890, it's generally a loss. You'll notice these guys come out and a lot of them will nail that 890 index right on the screws, and that is the idea. The one that is closest to the 890 index will be the number one qualifier. So be watching the boards down there, and they will tell you exactly how these guys are lining up, and if I get a ladder, I'll let you know as well. A lot of dragsters in this class, an altered or two. I think there's 2 door cars. The Midwest Super Comp Association does make an appearance here at Cordova every year. And they're going to be here all weekend long, today and tomorrow both. These are points races for this association. Ted Allen over here in Kaylee's Comet. And over here, I mean by the tower, taking on David Kovar Jr. Red lights do not matter in qualifying. And Allen goes 893, not a bad run for him, so he'll be number one qualifier right now as Kovar falls off to a 900. That will not get the job done in eliminations, and Dave will know that. White dragster over here in the Freedom Motorsports line, Ben Bear, longtime combatant in the Midwest Super Comp Association. Marty Brown, over there by the spectator side. Ben Bear goes 891 with a 9. That'll put him number 1 in the qualifying ladder as of right now. Also longtime combatants in our Midwest Super Comp Association race. This is Mark Meyer in the Meyer Racing Machine. Freedom Motorsports lane taking on Jack Nolan in the All Black Digger. Once again, not eliminations, qualifying, trying to get on that 890 index as close to it as they can. 001 light for Meyer. He came loaded for Bear. 897 for Meyer will not be his best. And 895 for Jack. Jenny Wilson trying her hand with the Midwest Super Comp Association. Usually runs in our bracket classes here at Cordova. She's bringing the dragster out this week to run with the Super Comp guys, taking on Scott Frost in the checkered machine, Berkey's Lane. $897 for Wilson, $891 for Frost. That ought to put Frost at about 3 or 4. Don Higgins, a crew chief pro machine. Lacey Rosenberry, the young lady in the all purple machine, Berkey's Farm Store Lane. Have not had a 90 yet. I'm going to gamble it's going to happen before we get done. $94 for Higgins, $94 for Rosenberry. These guys are dialing or running just a touch light on their ETs, and it's probably due to the heat. Everybody being kind of conservative out there, and with good reason, as we're dealing with some high heat, high humidity conditions and a hot track. One of our door cars over here, the ups and downs machine. In the dragster. All right, Sportsman, you're on standby. You're now being called. Sportsman to 6 and 7. Sportsman to 6 and 7, please. Door car too fast, 886. Jenkins records a 97 in the qualifying round. Jeffrey Torbeck and his all-black digger taking on Larry Wazalowski. Wazalowski, I think it is. Got the name that runs all the way down the side of his dragster almost. He got it all on there. These two guys shoot for 890 index. I mean, somebody who gets an 890 with a number is going to be number 1 qualifier. I think our best qualifying hit so far has been a 91. Wazalowski gets it done, 890 with a 1, and that'll put him at number 1, and I'll bet it puts him there to stay. Awesome run by Larry. He'll take that all day long in our Midwest Super Comp class. Once again, Sportsman to 6 and 7. Sportsman to 6-7. Sportsman 6-7. Jesse Smith over here by the tower. Randy Etheridge. Randy Etheridge over there with a multicolored dragster. Boy, I tell you, lots of going on with that one. They did not spare the color. $891 for Jesse Smith. Pretty good run. 92 for Lethridge. 891 with a 0. I think that puts Smith at number 2. Jeff Peetna and the Richard Petty colored dragster. I mean, that's Richard Petty blue all day long on the side of that thing. Taking on Tony Pontello. Now, Pontello's been running at this racetrack for years now. Tony and his wife both have dragsters. I don't know if they're both here today, but Tony definitely is. He's a 2023 and 2024 Midwest Super Comp champion. So we'll see what Pontello's got if he can make that 890 ET. 892 for Pontello. Beautiful Corvette Midwest Super Comp car over here by the tower. Liking this. Belongs to Jordan Pratt. And it sounds like the motor died on the Corvette, on the door car. He's looking to refire it. Larry Burnshausen in the dragster. Problems with the door car with the Corvette. They're pushing it back. She lost fire just as he was about ready to stage it. So Larry's going to take his hit and see where he ends up in the ladder. Wazalowski is going to be number 1 in qualifying with that 890 with a 1. Sweet run by him. They'll line up behind him in our qualifying ladder for Midwest Super Comp. Once again, Sportsman to 6 and 7. You should be on your way if you're not already here. And our motorcycle class will be coming out for their second time to run next. Jerry Lindo, you are our buy in our no box class. Jerry Lindo with that beautiful 62 Impala, you are our buy in our no box class. Dean Sawville, you are our buy in trophy. Dean Sawville, you are our buy in trophy. James Full, you are the buy in Super Junior. James Full, the buy in Super Junior. Kai Cryer, the buy in Novice Junior. Kai Cryer, the buy in Novice Junior. Jeremy Wildman, car number 1511. Jeremy Wildman, car number 1511. Bike number 1511, excuse me. You are the buy in No Box Bike. Jeremy Wildman, No Box Bike buy. Jan Levitt, you are the buy in Box Bike. Jan Levitt, the buy in Box Bike. In our box class, Jeff Nelson. Jeff Nelson, you are the buy in box. Car number N363. N363. Jeff, you are a buy and box. Sportsman, our buy is Andrew Dykema. Andrew Dykema, you are the buy in Sportsman. Box, second time run, 8 and 9. Box, second time run, 8 and 9. Eight and 9, box for your second time run. We'll take you to 8 and 9, please, box. first round action to the lanes. No box, first round action. Let's have you to the lane, 6-7. No box, first round action to the lane, 6-7.
We need no box to lanes like 6, 7.
And no box, 6-7. No box, 6-7. That's your call. Here by my lane. Participating in the TikToks per my junior drag races. I had a few of them up here already today, coaching me up on how to say that right. It's a TikTok challenge. So we'll be doing the best we can with it all weekend long. Time, no box to the lanes, first round action, no box, lanes, first round action. Company currently open. World Series t-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, Cordova paraphernalia also on sale over there. They also have ice cream. And I tell you what, on a 90-degree day, there's no two words that are more welcome than ice cream. Several different varieties over at the Cordova Clothing Company are available, so head on over there. A little ice cream is something that sounds good to you. I know it sounds good to me. On this warm, still summer day here at Cordova Dragway. So Cordova Clothing Company, currently open. Go check out what they can do for you. Concessions also open. Hamburgers, hot dogs, Pepsi products on tap. Walking tacos are highly recommended. They have a fantastic nachos dish that is big enough for two people. Trust me on that. I've ordered a time or two. And every time I get it, it's like, wow, I don't think I can eat all of it. They really do it up right and give you a lot. So the concession stand currently open. Go see Janet, Robin, and Kath over there, and they'll set you up with some chow or something cold to drink. Bar currently open here. The Cordova Strip Bar also open for those of us not racing or working. And we'll be open throughout the day. Pizza and wings available at the Cordova Strip Bar, and darn good pizza and wings, I might add. I've had them both, and they are awesome. Along with various alcoholic beverages, the Strip Bar here at Cordova. Fourth, coming up, our Hot Rod Havoc event here at Cordova Dragway. It's a hot rod party, live music, an art show, pinstriping contest, a pinup contest, drag racing all day long, all-run drags, a jet car burn, a rat rod race, a burnout challenge, grudge racing, and a huge car show with awards with a swap meet. You need to come on out October 4th for Hot Rod Havoc here at Cordova Dragway. Last year was the inaugural event. They had hundreds of cars here, show cars by the gazillion. It was a lot. I drove by it, stopped briefly, but couldn't stay for very long and was just amazed at the turnout we had last year for Hot Rod Havoc for its first year. This is the second year, so we're expecting even more. October 4th here at Cordova Dragway, Hot Rod Havoc. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Gentlemen, remove your caps. Face the flag as we honor this great nation with the playing of our national anthem. Racing. Box class. We haven't talked about points a whole lot yet today. We will now. Siobhan Warner leading the points in our no box class. He's got almost 100-point lead over second place Ryan Robinson now. Everybody says, well, this is over. Well, that's not insurmountable when we have 2 days of racing left, today and tomorrow. Each round counts for 10 points. Let's say Siobhan suffers some misfortune, goes out early. Maybe Ryan Robinson can make up some difference here today. Doug Lancaster, number 3 in points. He is about 110 points behind Siobhan. Brian Robinson also in the top 5 at 238. And at number 5, Nathan Schrader, our last year's no box champion, and our Cordova Dragway track champion. He's in at number 5. So things can happen. But Siobhan Warner right now with a healthy lead in the no-box class. Pete McGlynn in the FED, front engine dragster out of Long Grove, Iowa. Ben Stenson in the Fox Body Mustang, the convertible Fox Body Mustang. We get a lot of Mustangs here at the racetrack, don't get a lot of convertibles. So this is something a little different. 009 red, and Pete will take that victory. I got a feeling Ben will probably buy back and try in for second round. Most of our racers do. If they call it, if they lose first round, they go ahead and buy back into second round, which is a possibility here at Cordova. You don't come all this way and do those time runs and spend the money and the fuel and everything just to go out early. You want to race. Danny Beal, 2025 Cordova Hall of Fame recipient over here in the red Pontiac, taking on Zach Lewis in his Camaro. To be able to race in second round with this beautiful Pontiac. Following him down the racetrack, his son Dalton in their son's Drew race car. Dalton's been running Drew's car pretty much all year long, this beautiful split bumper Camaro. And doing quite well in it, I might add. Taking on our second in points, Ryan Robinson in his red Monte Carlo. Both of you, Super and Novice Juniors will take you to the lanes for first round action. Ryan Robinson going to get the win. Nice little 008 line for Ryan. So he shows up here. He knows he's in second place, knows he has work to do, but he wins first round. And that is a small step towards catching first place. Chad Stevenson in the Mustang. A maximum effort machine against Thomas Kennedy in that classic Nova. Kennedy doesn't make it every week with his yellow and black machine, but he is out here from time to time with that beautiful car. Sans the hood this week. Trip zips for Stevenson. Oh man. 0-0-0 light for Chad, and that's a way to start the day. That's a perfect light, and that is a beautiful way to win a round. This is Brian Robinson coming up in his S10. He is number 4 in points. A lot of work to do for Brian, but not insurmountable. Ben Milder in the Camaro. Mild has been out quite a bit here in the last half of the season with his blue-purple classic Chevrolet, and good to see him as it's a good-looking race car. Drops the hammer too soon. Red light for Milder, and Robinson also in the top 5, going to get a victory. Shorty dragster, we used to call the Scooter. It's had a variety of owners here at the racetrack. Still out here going rounds, doing damage with a little Chevy small block engine behind Mike Thompson in that car. Opposing him, our points leader with that healthy points lead. That's Siobhan Warner in the Camaro. Pretty sure that's an 85. Siobhan has just had a tremendous year this year. He's giving away a little bit on the hit. Thompson might have something to play with. Double breakout win for Mike Thompson. Siobhan Warner out first round. So all of you chasing him, that's a news flash. And this could get interesting. Chad Cannon in his Camaro, Scotty Parker on the motorcycle. Parker usually runs in our motorcycle classes. Today he's running in no box. He might be double dealing and running in the box or no box bike class too. We will see when it comes to the line. Scotty, a longtime runner here at Cordova on the 2 wheels. Cannon, and the bike gets the win. 6:10 with an 8 on the 10. That was sweet. 028 light. That's an 036 package for Parker on the bike. Steve Agnish in his Oldsmobile. And Chris Setzer in the Electromobile. Today as he red lights, and Agnish gets the win. Trophy, we need you to the lanes. Trophy, we need you to the lanes. First round action. Trophy and juniors, first round action. Fitzpatrick in the classic Mopar, the Barracuda. Deering tapping the throttle means he had the finish line covered, and he gets the win. 580 with a 7 on the 76 dial for Deering. Couple of classic GM products coming at you. This beautiful 67 Chevelle is Richfield out of Naperville, Illinois, and she's a beautiful car end to end, running against Tyler Barsima in that Oldsmobile, his big sister's Cutlass. She works out of state these days, only comes to visit once in a while and runs her car, so Tyler keeping the seat warm for her, you might say. Nonetheless, 673 with a 5 on the 73 as Field drops off to 19 on his 17. Another classic Barracuda. in the Freedom Motorsports line. Sportsman, we need you. Oh, no, excuse me. Trophy, we need you to lanes. Trophy to lanes. We will run without you if you are not here. We're missing one. So, Trophy, if you're in the class, we need you here. Tim Flynn in the Classic Barracuda. Dougie Lancaster in at number 3 in points right now with this 71 Nova. Retired truck driver out of Morrison, Illinois. Dougie's had a great year in the Nova. Had the demons in that car, the engine. He's got it figured out now as Flynn hangs it red and Lancaster gets the win. So out of our top 4 racers, the only one who did not get the win is our points leader, Siobhan Warner. Tyler Brooks in the Tangerine Dream, the orange Monte Carlo out of Prophetstown. Mike Clark in his Monte Carlo, runner out of Silvis. Clark in the Freedom Motorsports Tower Lane. Two hundredths of a second separating those two on the hit. The win goes to Clark, 663 of the 2 on the 62. Margin of victory, 5/100ths of a second at the stripe. So that was a close one. One of the more beautiful S10s we got here at Cordova, towing the line right now over here by the tower lane. Just love that blue and black combination with the black wheels. Mark Naughton taking him on in the Camaro. With that ET slip in any way. He might have had a mechanical issue, who knows. Don't usually see him go quite that red, but the S-Dime will get the win. Classic Ford Falcon coming at you in the Berkey's Farm Lane side. This is a beautiful car. Not a lot of these left in race form or stock form. That's Derek Snodgrass out of Albany, Illinois, piloting that Ford. Jason Fuller in the SUV sedan. In that stock machine. And I think Snodgrass might be in trouble in the Ford. Sure enough, he is, as Fuller gets the win, 889 with an 8 on the 85. Dale Jones in his classic machine. That's a Comet and straight as a laser straight. Supercomp, you are on standby. Midwest Supercomp, you are on standby. Red light, Jeremy Murphy going to get the win on the bike. Once again, Midwest Supercomp, you are on standby. Michael Peterson Jr. in that 67 Camaro. First year for the Camaro. And this thing has been a race car, I believe, its entire life. He's a runner out of Port Byron, Illinois, taking on Steve Johnson. Midline start for Peterson in that classic Chevrolet, and the Monte Carlo Johnson piloted is going to get the victory. Bobby Inch Jr. in his Nova. This is actually a 73 Nova with a 1970 front clip on it. He's become quite a hitter with this car, taking on Nate Schrader, number 5 in points, our last year no box points champion. Probably will not repeat, since he didn't have quite the season he did last year. Last year he was just about unbeatable in that little last dime. Went all the way to become track champion. Looks like Nate's out on him right now, but Bobby Ince gets the win. 589 with a 2 on the 87 as Nathan gave the stripe back to him. I think Nader was out on him, gave the stripe back to Ince, and he will regret that when he sees the ET slip. Cole Robinson in his Malibu. The Blue Machine over in that Berkey's Lane. Cole is a graduate of Cordova Junior Drag Racing University here, now piloting a big car. Jeff Cook in the Motion Race Works Camaro. Always liked Jeff's car. This thing looks fast, standing still. Oh my gosh. She is a fast car. He's down 499, so it will haul to the 8th month. That's a 5-speed transmission he's rowing in that Camaro, but he doesn't get the win as Cole Robinson takes him out. 641 with a 9 on the 638. I run Jerry Lindell in his beautiful classic 62 Impala. All right, Midwest Super Comp. We'll take it 8 and 9. Midwest Super Comp, first round action, 8 and 9. This is your call, Midwest Super Comp. Coming out next, these guys aren't competing for a check or cash. They're competing for a trophy. It says Champion Cordova Dragway. 2025 on it. A lot of these guys win a trophy every single week. This is just their class. They enjoy it, and they're good at it. That's Christopher Peterson in the 4-door 56 Chevrolet out of Tampico, Illinois, taking on Andrew Dykema in his S10. Advances on to final round, as I think we have 3 trophy cars here today. Generally a lot more, just not today we have it, but we do have a lot of cars in all of our other classes. We have a nice crowd of race cars here today, including our Midwest Super Comp Association. By the way, Midwest Super Comp, you have been called to lanes 8 and 9 8 and 9 for first round action. That's Dean Sawvell with Byron in the Mustang. And he'll advance on to final round in our trophy class. Out next, our junior class. Super juniors will be out first, followed by novice juniors. These kids are the future of racing here at Cordova Dragway. Many of them graduate high school while they're piloting a junior drag racer and then move on to a big car. We have several racers here piloting big cars that are graduates of our Cordova Junior Drag Racing program. I try to point them out from time to time, but I probably missed several of them because there are a lot of kids that graduate and move on to bigger cars, bigger and better things when it comes to drag racing here at Cordova. Right now, they're piloting a junior dragster. These Super Juniors capable of 70-mile-an-hour runs to the 8th mile. Think about that. You look at that 8th mile marker, and these kids are doing 70 mile an hour in these little junior dragsters when they hit that mark. That's faster than your street car that you drove to the track today. They will outrun just about every street car out on the road, maybe not a modified Mustang or Copa Camaro or something like that, but if you drove just about any other kind of street car, they'll outrun you. And they're being piloted by kids that are in the neighborhood of 12 years old. One more time, Midwest Super Comp 8 and 9. Midwest Super Comp first round action, 8 and 9, please. The Super Junior points race, and this is a race. Tyler Barsom out in front, 334.5 points, followed by Jaden Reeves with 318 points. So not quite 20 points behind. In second place is Reeves. Camden Holdorf in the top 3 at number 3, 316 points. Number 4, Alexa Burlett, 298 points. And then we have Jackson Reeves at 270 points. And those top 5 are probably the biggest competitors for number 1 in our Super Junior class. Tyler has a bit of a slim lead right now. He has been on a roll the last half of this season, and that's why he's leading points in our Super Junior category. There was a time about halfway through the season that Alexa Burlett could not be beaten. I seen her win race after race, round after round. Tyler has managed to eke out in front of her and Jaden and Camden. So let's see how this plays out as this crown is very much in play. Gonna be Cammie Verkler over here by the tower as I see her grandfather getting ready to put her in the beams. Taking on Bailey Painter, the Choppers Bar and Grill Machine out of Kelowna. A couple young ladies towing the line. We have as many young ladies as we have young men in our junior classes, maybe more. .006 light, I think she's got it, and she does. 8:19 with a 5 on the 8:17. So solid run for Cameron Verkler. Luke Kaufman here visiting this weekend in the black dragster. Kylie Eads in the iridescent blue machine. Kylie Eads is number 10 in points, so she's a top 10 finisher this year so far. Looking to win first round. 300s in her back pocket on the hit. I see her mix it here and mixing it up. She's caught Luke, and she takes the win. Kylie Eads, 8:05 with a 1 on the 792. And she'll advance on. Here's one of our top 5. This is Alexa Burlett in at number 4. Alexa went through a period at the racetrack here this year where she was just about unbeatable. She came out for several races in a row, round after round after round, and for her trouble, she is in the top 5. Taking on Maddie McGlynn, Madison over there in the Berkey's Lane. Might be in trouble. She is. Maddie McGlynn, 8:07 with a 1 on the 8:03. Big win for Maddie McGlynn. Alexa does not lose in first round very often at all. Jamison Quinn out of Noblesville, Indiana. Quinn racing with us this weekend. Novice car drivers, novice junior car drivers to your cars. Novice junior drivers to your cars along with their parents, please. Tanner Liston. So Jamison's going to get that win. And here's one of our top 5. In that number 3, Camden Holdorf in the red, white, blue Uncle Sam machine. Not hard to spot Camden, that's for sure. Taking on Chloe McGlynn. So Camden needs a win here in a bad way. And he knows it. He's going to try and burn that tree down. Less than stellar lights, but they're right against each other, so it will not make a difference. Win goes to Chloe McGlynn. She takes Camden out. It's 8:16 on the 8:10. New dragster here this weekend, this Faith Over Fear digger over here by the tower, the Freedom Motorsports lane, run by Chester Husky. Ruby Clark Racing in the Berkey's Farm Store side. Ruby in at number 9 in our points, so she's in the top 10. Looking to stay there. So Ruby will get first round win. That's Casey Eller with a big Casey on the side of her dragster. She's not kidding around. She wants people to know she's piloting this beautiful blue machine. Tony Filipponi, the Wright Trailers digger, the Flame dragster. Good to have them here this weekend visiting. We haven't seen this digger before, but she's a looker. Taking her time to get Casey with an 0:13 reaction time will Jill Full over in the Berkey's lane. Jillian in at number 7 in points. She had a couple of races she won in a row too. Had a great weekend here one weekend at Cordova. She just kept going rounds. Taking on Riley Hill in their all pink machine. A little bit of white flame on the front. Back in the hippie days, they called this short color chartreuse. Well, I don't go back that far. Jill might be in trouble. Win goes to Riley Hill, 794 with a 2 on the 791. Taking out Jill Full is no small thing. Landon Cook in the Motion Raceworks White Dragster taking on P.J. McGlynn. P.J. was up here earlier doing the 67 thing on the mic. Making sure he had me coached up on how to do it. I don't think I still am doing it quite right, but we will get it right before the weekend's out. Peach over here by the Freedom side. Landon in the spectator lane. On the hit. And P.J. McGlynn with the win, 909 with an 8 on the 900 ET. Here is our points leader, the Silver Bullet, Tyler Barsama, running against Lainey Thomas with her dad Brian putting her in the lights. Now, Tyler knows the gravity of this situation. He has about a 17, 16-point lead over second place, Jaden Reeves, so he needs a win right here, right now. Advantage, and Tyler might have work to do. Lainey Thomas with a win. Tyler gets taken out first round, and that gives hope to everybody else in this Super Junior class. So Lainey Thomas, 819 with a 6 on the 814, 040 light for Lainey. Frankie McGlynn in the pink and black. Digger over here in the Freedom Motorsports side, and Jaden Reeves. Jaden number 2 in points. Also needs this win in the worst way. Frankie trying to take the young man out. Jaden can get this win. He can make up 10 points on first place right here and right now, as he currently resides right behind Tyler in the Frankie with 3/100ths of an advantage on the reaction time. Frankie McGlynn with the win, and Jaden Reeves takes the loss. 806 on the 802 for Francis. And so far, all the top 4 cars have lost in first round in Super Junior. I guarantee you all 4 of those cars will buy back in the second round, but they don't get as many points after they do that. And it becomes a horse race, as this is a tight points battle this year in Super Junior. Eliza Curley, beautiful yellow and purple machine out of Monito, Illinois. Haven't seen this car here before. Welcome to the Curleys Cordova Dragway. And that's Jackson Reeves. Jackson number 5 in points. If he can get a win, he can start making hay in his chase to number 1. He's got work to do, but it starts right here and right now in first round. Jackson might be in trouble. Win goes to Jackson Reeves, 900 with an 8 on the he runs dead on with an 8 on his ET, and that won him the race. Jackson, the only car in the top 5 to win first round. And he's just a few points out of 4th place as we speak with that win. James Full over there in the Berkey's Lake. Competition wise, I think the opposition couldn't make the call. Cycles, we need you rolling to the lanes. You know what lanes to come to, but I'll give them to you. No box bike to 4, box bike to 5. So motorcycles, first round action. Let's have you to the lanes, please. And now we move on to our novice junior class. These kids are even younger than the super juniors. They can begin racing in novice junior at 7 years old, and some of them are just that young. Leighton Cryer out in front in points, 3 skinny points ahead of Gunnar Painter. So this issue is very much in doubt. Delilah Sawville in the Rat Dragster out of Davenport, taking on Gunnar Painter, who is number 2 in points right now. He's only 3 little points, like I said, behind Leighton. Been requested to go head to your pits. Your wife needs you there. So Anthony, head to the pits. What Deb says goes. Go get that done. Breakout run for Painter. He takes the loss as Delilah takes out the number 2 man in points. Buddy, it seems at the top in novice and junior both getting beat first round. This is going to make things interesting for sure. Kendall Rockwell and the Burnful Dragster by the tower. Leighton Cryer, our points leader in the Berkey side. Leighton can get this win. He'll tag second place with 10 more points, increase his advantage as our points winner, and make him a little more likely to come out a champion here this weekend. But he needs to get it done right now. Leighton with a big advantage out of the action time. If he can cover the stripe, he will get the job done. He does just that. Leighton Cryer, 12:05 with a 1 on the 1190. So Cryer increases his lead by 10 points over Gunnar. Mason McGlynn by the tower. Marley Clark in the Marmaid Dragster. Spectator side. The Marmaid Dragster for Marley is for sale currently. You want to go junior drag racing, novice junior drag racing, go talk to the Clarks, as that little blue and white machine is currently for sale, and a nice car it is. A lot of parts go through it with it. Great way to start off junior drag racing. And that paint job on it is a wrap, so you can put whatever color you want on your junior to go racing. Marley, red lights, Mason McGlynn wins. Once again, motorcycles, you should be in the lanes. If you're not already here, on your way, please. Novice, no box bike to 4, box bike to 5. Hudson Foster with the bye run, and everybody's little nightmare. And it looks like they might be having some mechanical difficulties with their little junior digger. All he's really got to do is break the beams and back out, and he'll get the win. Doesn't have to make a run. Hudson does have opposition in this race. They're waiting for the opponent to fire up their dragster. And that's what racing's about here, folks. We want to race. These dragster racers, all these racers want to race. They don't want to win with the competition by. They want to win legitimately. Lighten up that green light, lighten up that win light at the end of the racetrack. So nice of the Fosters right now to sit there and wait as their opponent tries to fire their junior dragster. And it doesn't look like they're going to be able to, the opposition is going to be able to fire their juniors, so Hudson likely to get a competition bye. Calvin Holt was number 3 in points. He was supposed to be over here in the tower lane. They're having difficulties, so he's going to take the loss. Mark over there in the spectator side. J-Mo's in at number 4 in points this year, having a good year racing. Gracie Shaver, the young lady out of Port Byron by the tower. Gracie in at number 7 in points. Has made every race this year with a little red dragster. Good to have the Shavers here at the racetrack. Toes the line, J-Mo's in, got both lights lit, and here we go. Gracie with about 2/10 in her back pocket on the hit. It's a breakout run for Gracie, excuse me, a breakout run for Gracie as J-Mo gets the win. 12:28 with a 4 on his 12:23. And our bye run, Kai Cryer. Out next will be our guest here today, the Midwest Super Comp Association. They come to the racetrack a couple times a year for their points races. They're a traveling points race association. They go from track to track. This weekend they're at Cordova today and tomorrow. They are an indexed class, which means every one of these racers is trying to run 890 to the quarter mile. They go full pull all the way to the quarter mile, all trying to run 890, and these races are decided by two things: reaction time on the tree, on the Christmas tree, and how close they can get to 890 at the end of the racetrack. So if you go faster than 890, you break out, you lose. If you go too much slower than 890 and your opponent goes faster, your opponent wins. So every one of these cars trying to get to that 890 index, trying to cut a good light. Several of these teams and racers have been running Midwest Super. Put them on the line right there. Mark Meyer in his purple and black machine with a little bitty wheels on the front. Long-time racer here at Midwest Super Comp. Four-time Midwest Super Comp champion in that dragster. 30 years ago, that car was painted by Dave Fons Kovar, and this year was repainted by his son, Dave Son Kovar. So quite a bit of history behind Meyer Racing. Scott Frost taking him out on the orange yellow. Advantage on the hit, and here we go to the quarter mile as Meyer chases him down, and the win's going to go to Mark Meyer. 897 with a 4, 033 light, and he just barely got it out by 0.03 of a second at the stripe. So Meyer with the win there. Tony Pontello in the black dragster. Been running a black digger at this track for many, many years now. Jenny Wilson in her dragster. She's also been campaigning this dragster in other classes for several years as well, but this week running with the Midwest Super Comp Association. Wilson family racing. Red light start for Wilson. Pontello is going to get the win just like that. Another drag racer with the little bitty go-kart wheels on the front of it. This used to be quite common with these Super Comp cars with the little bitty wheels on the front, and they've gone away from it in recent years. The reason being, I guess, is these little tires are kind of hard to come by. This is Ben Meyer in the white dragster taking on Gary Jenkins in the red, white, and blue machine. Jenkins qualified number 14 and Meyer in at number 4. With a sweet 009 light. But the win goes to Jenkins, 893 with a 9 on the 890 index. He was closer to the index, he gets the win. One of our only door cars here we have this weekend. Had some mechanical difficulties last time he came up here with that Corvette. Looks like he's got it sorted out. Qualified number 19. Don't have a name on him, but we do have a name on the dragster. That's Marty Brown. Russ Brown Motorsports dragster in at number 9. I believe the Corvette piloted by Edward Rudick, and he goes red, so he is done. Marty Brown with the dragster gets that victory just like that. Obviously, red light start, the race is over with. They don't even have to cross that finish line, and they get the win. Our number 1 qualifier over where with the orange flames on it. Larry Wazelski, I had to practice saying his name a little bit because it's a long one, but he's in at number 1. He went 890 with a 1 in a qualifying run. That's almost dead perfect. Lacey Rosenberry in the Purple Digger taking him on. Side by side they do go. A drag race here. Win goes to Rosenberry. She takes out the number 1 qualifier as Wazaleski falls off to a 901 on the 90. Lacey goes 893 on the 890i. David Kovar Jr. by the tower. Randy Leatheridge, spectator side. And make that Etheridge, no L. Randy Etheridge, spectator side. Advantage on the reaction time. But the win goes to Etheridge, 894 the 1 on the 90. Jack Nolan and this Black Digger had a nice run in qualifying. In at number 12, but an even nicer run was Jesse Smith, number 2 qualifier in the Smith Racing Machine that has a nice for sale sign on it right underneath the driver's cockpit. So if you want to go dragster racing, maybe Midwest Super Comp racing, these are the guys to talk to. Jesse's qualified number 2 in that machine, so it's competitive, it's fast. Nice 011 light for Smith. Win goes to Jesse Smith, 895 on the 90, so a nice run by Jesse. Just 5 ten-thousandths off of a perfect run. 5 thousandths off from a perfect run, excuse moi. As Jack breaks out. One of our other door cars here, this Corvette. Boy, what a beautiful job, paint job on this thing. Got every color in the book going on in it. She is just gorgeous. Jordan Pratt, the pilot of this door car. Don Higgins, and the crew chief, Pro Digger. Spectator lane. Pratt had some mechanical issues. He's trying to qualify this car. He's probably got her all ready to go now. Red light start for Pratt. 004 light for Higgins. So that was a nice light by Higgins. And he'll get the win. 895 with a 5 on the 90. It's Comet. Nice name for a dragster. It's piloted by Ted Allen. If you wonder where they get the name, it's sponsored by Kaylee Motor Service. We're against Larry Bernshausen in the yellow and blue dragster. Bernshausen, 895 with a 6 on the 890i. As Allen slows to a 901 on the 90. Cost him the race. He owned it on the hit, couldn't make it work at the finish line. In the Black Digger, Jeff Kiatka in the Richard Petty blue machine. Those of you that follow NASCAR know that that is Richard Petty Blue all the way. I think Petty even had some orange in on his race car. So unfortunately, Get Cut rolls red light, and Torbeck will get that win. Sportsman, need you to lane. Sportsman 6 and 7. Sportsman to the lane 6 and 7. Box, you are on standby. Box, you are on standby. Here we go with our motorcycle class. Out first are no box bikes. These guys are launching dead off the tree with no electronic assistance. Our points leader in this class, box, no box combined, is Tom Clemmy, and he's the man next to the tower on the Harley Davidson. Running against Drew Davis in the Kawasaki. It's a little American on Japanese crime going on. Here Clemmy cutting out, he's shifting that bike. But he gets the win, 668 with an 8 on the 668, so he's right on his ET. Probably not his best reaction time, and Tom will tell you that, but it was good enough for the win in first round. Boy, this bike over here by the tower, we don't have a name on this gentleman, but it's a beauty, green and silver. I'm thinking that's a wrap, and it's just beautiful. Taking on Scotty Parker, who's also running, I believe, in no box with his Kawasaki. Green and white silver machine, our second perfect light of the day, and he's going to get the win. 541 with an 8 on the 41. Couple of combat-oriented paint jobs on the line. Kyle Carter with the orange, black, and silver. Zach Durham with just the silver and white. And a camouflage type gas and Kyle's going to get the win. Once again, we need Sportsman to the lane. Sportsman should be to 6 and 7. We might as well call box. Box will take it 8 and 9. Box 8 and 9. First round action. Box 8 and 9. First round action. So Jeremy Murphy with the win on his two-wheel bike takes out TJ Bernard. And here's our last pair, actually second to last pair in our no box class. Young lady over here by the tower, that's Jonna Jenkins. I believe she's the only female in this class this weekend. Not with much of a reaction time. Let's see if that costs her. It surely does. As the bike over there in the Berkey's lane takes the win, 657 on the 38. Neither of those runs very good at all. But it was good enough for the win, as it looked like John had some issues launching that thing. He was pretty good in her timed runs, so that's not like her. Leon Robinson, the blue machine. Don't have a name on the bike over by the in the Berkey's lane. again, box to 8 and 9, box to 8 and 9, first round action. This is Mike White over here by the tower in the bright yellow Kawasaki. Long-time runner here at Cordova with that very bike. Don't have a name on the flat black machine taking him on. That happens from time to time. They don't put their name on the we just have to go with a bike number, which is what we're doing this time. Breakout run for the flat black machine and White with the win. 5:58 on 53. A lot going on here on the line right here. Look at all the colors. Oh my gosh. Red, white, and blue. Uncle Sam type tribute over there in the Berkey's lane. That's Mike Murphy taking on Brian White and his flamed everywhere machine. I think that's a Suzuki. Nope, it's a KPM. Excuse me, it's a KPM. Brian's running on so we got a drag race. Breakout run for Mike Murphy, win for Brian Wright. Brian White 5:68 with a 6 on the 62. Once again, box to 8 and 9, box to 8 and 9, first round action. Couple more in our box class. It might be the last two. And it is. 33 light spectator side. Tower lane win. 5:56 on the 54. We continue on. Go back to door cars. This is our Sportsman class. Many of these cars and trucks driven to the track today. There's a handful of them that are trailered, but most are driven to the track, raced, and driven back home again. I follow them to the racetrack facility all the time. That big Toyota SUV, I guarantee, is one of them that was driven here. Chris Setzer in the electric car. I believe leading our Sportsman class. And he is. Setzer out by over 100 points over second place. So Chris pretty much got our Sportsman class championship wrapped up in his little electric machine. Tesla is a runner out of Geneseo, Illinois. Not much of a light by the big Toyota SUV. They're not going to like that. Setzer's pretty much got it covered. They do go all the way to quarter mile. Well, there'll be a few games played at the end, but Chris Setzer's going to get that win. 1267 on the 1228 dial. This man over here by the tower inducted into the Cordova Drag Racing Hall of Fame this year. That's Big Jim Peterson and his big Dodge pickup truck. Took the win in this class just a few weeks back against Jamie Rexroad and his Malibu. Rexroad was Rexroad turns on the old red eye and Peterson gets the victory. Another inductee into our 2025 Cordova Dragway Hall of Fame. This is Friday Night Phil Masick in his classic Nova. Right by the tower. And a nicer man you will not meet than Phil. Looks like Greggy Wheats over there in his his Dodge Challenger. As the Reverend Greg tries to take Phil out. Unfortunately for Greg, he did not call upon a higher calling red lights. Masick gets the win. Another past champion in our Sportsman class. In that beautiful silver NHRA edition Pontiac Trans Am, that's Denny Rankin. Jason Fuller taking him on in the SUV. Not exactly sure of the brand of that thing. Might be a Nissan. I'm not positive. And Rankin might take care of that problem of identification all by himself, as he's got 600s in his back pocket on the hit as they head to the stripe. Rankin doesn't usually make many mistakes at the finish line, and he doesn't this time either. 1410 with a 2 on the 1408 dial. Denny Rankin with a Pontiac win. Setzer with a 140-point lead in our Sportsman class. Now, I'm going to pretty much pronounce that race over. I think it's pretty much impossible to catch him. That's 14 rounds of racing, and they just will not have that many rounds of racing to get in this year, even if Chris got beat first round both days, which didn't happen because he won first round. Brian Rolison in the late model Mustang, and Brandon Phillips in the classic four-door Impala. Our Sportsman class points race pretty well wrapped up. Our box class is anything but. Number 1 in points, Kevin Verkler. 7-point lead over second place, Pat McGlynn. 10-point lead over third place, Rick Verkler. And about almost a 40-point lead over fourth place, Jake Stansberry. So we're looking at these top three. And if Stansberry has an outstanding weekend, either him or Anthony Lane, who is in fifth, could go to the top. But we have looks like a funny car. Testing here today, alcohol methanol funny car testing here today. So a real treat for all of us as this alcohol machine Comes and makes a test hit here at Cordova Dragway. I believe this car has been here before testing, and we'll see how he does today. If he's going to go full pull with it, 100 feet, 8th track, 8th mile, we're going to see. That keeps it from over revving on the burnout. Make a few minor adjustments, and they get ready to make their hit. This ought to be interesting. Have in mind, usually these alcohol funny cars will bring up the RPMs big time before they make a run. You'll hear them go rip, 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 and all the way up the RPMs go, and then they drop the hammer. He takes it out about 300 feet before he shuts her down, and I think that was by design as she's squirting fuel at the top end. Pulls it over to the wall. Nice spray of methanol coming out of the left bank as it got past the 8th mile of the racetrack. All right, box racers that are sitting in the lanes, you can walk away from your cars, get in the shade, get a drink of water or Gatorade or something, as we have fluid on the track from the funny car. So take a little time out, and I will call you back to your cars when we're ready to go back to racing. Drivers, good news. No oil on the track, it was fuel. No oil on the track, it was just methanol. We suspected that, but had a young man on our crew get kind of excited out there thinking it was a oily-based substance. It was not. It was just fuel, so please, box drivers, head back to your race cars, start getting suited up, as we are about to come back out on track for first round action in our box class. Coming out shortly, Kevin Verkler out in front with 357.5 points. Pat McGlynn, 350.5 points. Jake Stansbury at 303 points. Anthony Lane at 297. So this issue is in doubt, especially the top two right next to each other. That would be Kevin and Pat. Kevin Verkler had quite a year in box, won some races, gone a lot of rounds, as has Pat McGlynn. But Verkler trying to hold Pat off. Pat has won this box championship 4 times, and he won last year as well. So he is a hitter in our box class, and Kevin's got his work cut out for him this weekend to keep the lead in our box points championship. Stansbury about 54 points back, so it's a real possibility. Jake is still in the race. Anthony Lane in it as well, but he's around 90 points back, so it would take a lot of rounds for him to make up the difference. Box racers, I requested you back to your race cars a few minutes ago. We need you there, as we need you, whereas you guys are just about to come out for next round action. With 2 days of racing ahead of us, just about anything can happen in our points chases, especially, the ones that are still in doubt, especially in box. Some of them with, like in Sportsman, where Setzer has a 140-point lead, that's basically decided. But several of our categories still in doubt. Come tomorrow, all our points champions will race each other for King of the Track, the privilege to be called the King of the Track. Well, this is a big deal. The top 5 guys coming to the water as we speak. Anthony Lane and his dragster. Numerous points championships in his back pocket already. Anthony was a consistent box points winner here at the racetrack up until a few years ago. He took a couple years off of racing for his business's sake. Now he's back here and in at number 4 right now. And the beautiful blue S10 taking Anthony on, trying to ruin Anthony's ascent up the points ladder. Starts and we got a race here. Anthony Lane has been taken out. First round, Taylor Schluter with the win. 690 with a 5 on the 89. Sportsman and his dragster out of Comanche by the tower, taking on Alan Block, his beautiful classic Chevrolet Nova, the all-orange machine out of Ottawa, Illinois. It's an older deuce, so it's going to be about a 64, I'm going to guess. Not going to red light. It didn't matter anyway, as the 4-car red lit first. And first is worst in drag racing when it comes to leaving too soon on the line. Wilson Family Racing, this is Jay Wilson in the Sandbagger. The Wilson family also in our Cordova Dragway Hall of Fame. Long-time combatants here. And in that Sandbagger, Jay's dad used to pilot this deuce. Now Jay is. And he gets the win, 601 with a 4 on the 598. Chrissy Dieters in her Pontiac. Chrissy hasn't had the year she generally has in that Le Mans. She's generally top 10, but not this year. That's fallen off just a bit, much to her chagrin, I'm sure. BJ Mazuka. That Dodge. always like it when PJ goes rounds because I just like saying Mazooka. Titan Electric, Mazooka Bazooka, a PJ Mazooka. Sweet little 13 light for Dieters. She's gonna make it tough on PJ. Breakout run for Chrissy. Win goes to Mazooka. 563 with a 7 on the 61 dial. And here we go. Number 2 in points. Pat McGlynn, first round action. He needs this, and he needs it in a bad way. Taking on Roe Barsher in his beautiful classic 67 Chevelle. Roe, a longtime runner here at Cordova and a formidable opponent, and Pat knows it. Much needed first round win for Pat. As he tries to climb that ladder to number 1 in points. Rick Verkler is all black machine. Thin Loaf in the Camaro. An 84 Camaro, I believe, is the flavor. Finn has raced here. 2 red for Verkler, and Finn's going to get that win. Father against daughter on the line right here, right now. The father in the multicolored Chevelle. That's Bobby Ince Sr. taking on his daughter, Hannah Ince, in her maroon S10. This ought to be interesting as bragging rights are on the line in the Ince family right now. The mom right in between them. His big brother Bobby Sr. on one side, Mary on the other, as it's an all Ince race coming at you. Senior with the win, 503 on the 503. 003 package for Bobby Ince Senior. Wow, that's the best pack of the day, and he strapped it on his daughter to take her out. Here's our points leader, Kevin Verkler. To say he needs a win would be an understatement. Taken against Rod Walter in that classic Alter. First time I've seen that car at the racetrack, the Ziller machine. It's a good-looking drag car. Verkler needs this win as he just watched Pat take first round. Neither car pre-staged yet as they creep forward, slowly trying to put the cars exactly where they want them. Very crucial in the reaction time. You need that car exactly where they're used to, so they cut the time, reaction time that they're used to cutting. Neither car finally staged yet. Here we go. Verkler 023, Rod Walter 027. It's a race. The win goes to Kevin Verkler, much needed. 485 with a 5.028 package for Verkler, and he maintains his points lead. Mark Clark in his 69 Z28 Camaro. And the win goes to Barton, 610 with a 7 on the 07. 015 light for Brian in the olds. Jake Stansberry, number 3 in points with the dragster, taking on the venerable one, Terry Heller in his Vega. Now, Stansberry been going a lot of rounds this year, doing quite well in his digger, but Heller is no slouch. He has been making runs with this Vega forever. And that's with that is with a capital F. Been down the track thousands of times. So out of our top 5 in box, 4 of them got first round victories. That's going to make things interesting for sure. Scotty Marsden and his Flame Machine been doing damage. Came out kind of late this year. I don't think he was at the first few races with this dragster. Boy, ever since he brought it out, he's been going rounds, and that's Kaylee Cannon in the Berkey's Farm Store lane. Marsden, and Kaylee's in trouble. Win Scotty Marsden 493 with a 4 on the 87. Brian Thomas in his dragster, BT's birthday today. Let's see if he can gift himself a win in first round. Takes on that little Pontiac. Some kind of mechanical issue is usually at fault there, as he's not able to hold it in the beams, and the little Pontiac's going to get the win. No box buybacks to the lanes. No box buybacks. We need you to 6 and 7, please. Jared Balk in the dragster, and Sportsman. Norman Wheats in his It's a Comet, it's a Dodge. It's a beauty. Norman was on, put a picture on Facebook the other day, washing this baby up in the front driveway, getting it ready for race weekend. Boy, she's a good-looking race car. Couple of hitters going at it on the line right now. Both these guys have a lot of victories. Norman drops the hammer, 0062 soon, and Jared Balk with that victory. Once again, we'll take our no box buybacks to the lanes. No box buybacks to the lanes, please. Brady Wolf in the turbocharged dragster by the Berkey's lane, in the Berkey's lane. Jacob Connor over here in that Pontiac Firebird. I have to ask Jake sometime how many years he's been campaigning in this same race car. It has gotten faster over the years, but he has been at the racetrack for, I bet, 20 years with this same machine. Connor with a nice old 13 line, and I think he's got Brady in trouble, but he breaks out, and Brady Wolf with the win. 500 with a 1 on the 478 as counter too fast. Kenny Barsma in our top 10 in points. He is in at number 6. So there still is a chance for Ken. He's been doing quite well lately with that orange digger. Ted Cannon taking him on in the maroon machine. And he's kind of had a late season surge with his dragster. Hoping to keep that going in race number 10. Out the difference. Kenny Barsma 511 with a 1 on the 09. Here's Brady's father, Ben Wolf, also with a turbocharged, double twin turbocharged LS1 motor in that orange shorty digger. So a little bit different way to make power, but it works fabulously for the Wolves. Scotty Lindo out of Princeton in the door car. One light for the digger, and he's going to make it tough on Scotty. Sure enough. Oh, Scotty makes it up. Lindo with the win, 516 on the 515. As Wolf give him the strike back, and that cost him the race. Ben going to be kicking himself with that 001 light and not getting the win. Don't have a name on the little Oldsmobile by the tower. We'll try to get it as the day goes on, but that's breakout run for the Oldsmobile. 77 with an 8 on the 75. Larry Dalton, the Dalton Gang Racing, the blue and green machine, and the Freedom Motorsports side. Brandon Phillips in the deep blue machine over there in the Berkey's lane. Brando bought this dragster, I think, 3 years ago. It took him about a year to line it out, and I mean, get all the bugs out of it. He's been campaigning it ever since. Brando in at 535. Larry dialed 503. So Brandon going to get about a 3 similar green light starts. Both real good lights. Win to Brandon Phillips 535 with an 8 on the 35. That's a 13 package for Phillips. Nice work. This is Andy Crockleton in the Camaro. Taking on a Mustang, the driving instructor. I'm going to believe that's Colton Lane over there. It's his car. Sometimes his dad pilots the car, but Colton's in it today, I believe. A little Mustang on Camaro crime coming right at you. Crockleton with about 100th on the hit, but then he gets the win. Double breakout win for Andy Crockett. Take the rest of no box to the lanes. No box winners. We take you to the lanes, please. No box winners to the lanes. Second round action. This is Jeff Nelson in the Flamed Nova out of Peoria. Mike Schluter in the Oldsmobile Cutlass. Schluter not here every week with the yellow machine, but he does make an appearance from several times a race season. Happy to have him this weekend. Same with Nelson. Schluter hasn't covered on the hit. Schluter with a win, 652 with a 1. So dead on with a 1 with an 014, 015 package for Mike Schluter. All right, we'll take our trophy final. We'll take our trophy final to the lanes. No box winners to the lanes. Trophy final to the lanes. And our juniors, super and novice, for your next round of action. Junior buybacks, let's put it that way. Junior buybacks to the lanes. Junior buybacks to the lanes. No box winners. And trophy final. Junior buybacks to the lanes. spectator side, Siobhan Warner is done for the day. Has lost first 2 rounds. Dalton takes him out. 649 on to 47, providing just a hair bit of hope to everybody chasing him in this points championship. That would be Siobhan. Sets her in the Tesla. Snodgrass in the Ford Falcon. You couldn't have 2 more different. And goes the Setzer in the Tesla. Junior winners to the lanes. Junior winners, super and novice. Junior winners, super and novice to the lanes, please. Nate Schrader, the B Wrench and S Dime. Ben Stinson in the Mustang, the convertible Mustang. Nate was number 5 in points coming into a few points on the board, but he's 600ths in the hole right now, and he gets beat trying to make it up. Stinson with the win. Nader's done for the day. Rich Fields out of Naperville and that beautiful SS Chevelle. It's a Super Sport. I believe it's a 67. He's out of Illinois. Right against Jeff Cook in his equally beautiful Ocean Race Works Camaro. Fourth generation. And I think the Chevelle's in trouble. No, Richfield gets it done at the line. 622 with a 3 on 619 as Cook just lost too much DT to the 8th mile and wasn't able to make that perfect light turn into a win. 3 perfect lights this weekend, or this day, I should say, Saturday so far. So these racers on point. Tim Flynn with his Barracuda, Tyler Brooks with the orange Monte Carlo. But the win goes to Tyler Brooks, 690 with a 1 on the 88 as Flynn falls off to a 59 on his 653 dial. That's Dale Jones in his Laser Straight Comet. Just a beautiful example of a race car. You got to go look at this thing sometime in the pits. Immaculate. Runner out of Morrison, Illinois, taking on Chad Cannon in his 3rd gen Camaro. 4th gen Camaro, excuse me. But the win goes to Cannon in the Camaro, 696 with a 4 on the 95. Margin of victory, 0.05 of a second. That's all it takes to win a race here in drag racing. Sometimes it's in the thousands, sometimes it's in the 10,000s. We have some close racing here at Cordova Dragway. Jim Fitzpatrick in the orange Barracuda. Mike Peterson Jr. in the classic 67 Camaro. Both these vehicles, first year production on the Barracuda, first year production on the Camaro. Red light start for Peterson, and Fitzpatrick in the orange machine going to get that victory. And speaking of classics, it doesn't get much more classic than the 62 Impala of Jerry Lindell. This is a real 409 car, folks. Came out of the factory with a 409 big block Chevrolet in it. He no longer has that motor in it. He took it out, has it safely tucked away in his garage because those engines are worth a lot of money. 500 cubic inches of Chevrolet motor reside under the hood of that machine now. Take it on Pete McGlynn in the FPD. Red for Lindell, and McGlynn with a win. Tyler Barsamon, big sister, is Oldsmobile Cutlass. Out of Fulton, Illinois. He's the runner in the Berkey's Lane. Zach Lewis, the runner in the yellow Camaro out of Knoxville, Illinois. And the win goes to Zach Lewis, 624 with a 7 on the 22. This SUV dialed 875 to the 8th, so it's not going to be super quick. And Steve Johnson and his Monte Carlo are going to have to sit on the line for 2 solid seconds. Transmission to do that. It done. Let's see if he can run down that family machine, and the family machine breaks out, so Steve Johnson wins. 689 on the 88. Here comes Dougie Lancaster, number 3 in points, looking to make up some ground here with his 71 Nova. Claimed Hellraiser 2 out of Morrison, Illinois. Mike Thompson, the Davenport, Iowa runner, in the scooter dragster. Lancaster now with his best light of the day. Thompson might have a breakout run for Mike Thompson. Does a big favor to Dougie as Lancaster gets the win. He will not like his reaction time, but it doesn't matter. Win is a win. Also one of our top 5, he's actually number 4, Brian Robinson in this S10, the Silver Machine in the Tower Lane. Looking to make up some ground. Ryan Robinson, number 2 in points, also looking to make up some ground on Siobhan, who is done for the day. So one of these drivers going to make up a little bit. And the win, Brian Robinson, 688 on the 86. So top 2 in points in no box out for the day. We could shuffle a few things before tomorrow's race starts. Mike Clark, the Monte Carlo, Jace Deering, the Alter. Deering running without a hood these days as he blew that bad boy off at another racetrack a few weeks back. Clark with advantage on the hit, and he gets the win. 662 with an 8 on the 662. So good little run for Mike. Looks like no box bike on the line. Just no box. Okay, just a couple of motorcycles going at it in our no box class. My mistake. Jeremy Murphy, Scott Parker. Usually when we have bike against bike, it's in our bike class. But not this time. Jeremy, Scott Parker, 006 light in that spectator lane, going to get the win. Taylor Schluter in that beautiful blue S10 by the tower. Boy, just love the paint on that thing. I think I talked about it last time. He came up, and he's back up here again, taking on Cole Robinson in the Adrian's Auto Malibu, excuse moi. Midwest Super Comp to the lanes. Midwest Super Comp to the lanes. Next round action. Midwest Super Comp, this is your call. Robinson gets the victory just like that, right on the starting line. Jr. in his Nova, and Steve Agnish in the Oldsmobile Cutlass. Both these guys made a lot of laps down this racetrack with these vehicles. I think this is Bob's third year with the 1970 Nova, at least the front end's a 70. Couple of races, I think the last 3 races actually. This is looking like our bye run. Chad Stevenson. In Midwest Super Comp. Next round action, 8 and 9. Midwest Super Comp. Next round action. Final on the line. Only started with 3, down to 2. So one of these 2 combatants going to get the trophy in our trophy class today. That's Dean Saulville in the Mustang, Andrew Dykema in the S10 pick-em-up truck. Dykema with a big advantage on the reaction time. And if he can catch Saulville down there about half track, he's going to play some games at the line to make sure he doesn't break out. Sure enough, he does just that. Andrew Dykema with the win, 13:009 on the 1286 dial. Congratulations to Andrew Dykema on your win here today in our trophy class, Cordova Dragway. second round coming out next. And this is getting interesting as our top 4 in points all lost in first round. The only one in the top 5 to win, Jackson Reeves. So he made up a big 10 points on the rest of the field with that win. Full over here by the tower. Jill won the bracket finals race was a champion in our bracket finals race up in Eddyville Saturday. Got her brother James in the final, so she made some serious points for Cordova Dragway in her little digger. Congratulations to Jill and the full family on their success in bracket finals this year. Tanner Liston over there in the black dragster to Berkey's Lane, taking her on. She is a win. Tanner Liston 803 with a 5 on the 797 dial. Sweet light for Tanner, and he made it work to a win. Camden Holdorf in our top 5 needs a win. About 18 points out of first place. He can make up 5 of those with a win right here and right now with that red, white, and blue machine in the Berkey's Lane. Eliza Curley, a visitor here at the track. Good to have the Curleys here. Trying to get a win of her own. She's a runner out of Manito, Illinois. Sponsored by Manito Auto Sales and Papa Larry Bernhausen. Camden gets a win, 812 with a 7 on the 803. Alexa Burlett, number 4 in points. Also desperately needs a win here. Justin Husky taking her on the Faith Over Fear machine. Love the paint scheme on this thing. Good looking junior dragster. First time here this weekend, and we love having them. So Alexa trying to shorten their weekend, at least their Saturday. Alexa with a big advantage on reaction time. As she punches the throttle to make sure she doesn't break out. 7:62 with an 8, the winning time for Alexa Burlett. Landon Cook and the white Motion Raceworks machine. His uncle, the proprietor of promotion race work. His dad also working in the business, putting him in the lights. Jaden Reeves, number 2 in points by the tower. Say he needs a win is an understatement. Stay in this race. Out on him. Can he make it work at the stripe? Win. Landon Cook, 9:13 with a 7 on the 0-2. Another family of visitors here this weekend, the Filippanis, and good to have them. This is Tony Filippani in the Wright Trailers dragster by the tower. In the choppers machine, Bailey Painter out of Kelowna. Painter, number 8 in points, has been today in the top 10, so good season of racing for the Painters. Filippani as Bailey give the strike back to Tony. Mistake by Bailey. She will regret that as Filippani gets the win. 8-10 with a 4 on the 790. Here's the man leading the points. Tyler Barsom with a silver bullet. Chloe McGlynn taking him on. Chloe in that spectator side. Tyler's watched his opposition. Number 3, number 4, get wins. In second round, he needs to do the same. Advantage over Chloe on the hit, and Tyler might be able to get this done. Tyler Barsma with a win. We're back on the air. Batteries went dead in my mic. Hard to say when that happened. I might have missed the last couple of rounds. It does happen from time to time. Tyler Barson gets that much needed win to maintain his points lead. This is Jackson Reeves. Jackson over here by the tower. Taking on Kylie Eads. Now Jackson, the only one in the top 5 to win first round. He can make some series hay with another win right here. Kylie, no slouch. Jackson's got his work cut out for him. Start with Kylie, and Jackson's going to get it done. Jackson's still officially in 5th place in point, but just a few points behind Alexa Burlett now for 4th. So he is climbing. Riley Hill in the pink, the short truce machine, Madison McGlynn. And the spectator side out of Elbridge. Maddie thanks Connor Construction, her mom and dad, for her ability to race. And she gets the win, 8-10 with a 4 on the 8:02. Laney Thomas coming up in the tower side. Her dad, Brian Thomas, birthday today. Laney trying to give her dad a nice little present with a win here. Taking on P.J. McGlynn. Young man over there in the blue machine, young lady. Red accented black dress. Laney took off like a ball of fire in racing this year. Her first year running a dragster, and boy, the first 2 or 3 races, she was darn near unbeatable. She's had a good year. Second red for PJ, and Laney's going to get the victory. Here comes Ruby Clark on the spectator side, number 9 in points, top 10 for the Clarks so far in this year's racing season. Jamison Quinn racing with us this weekend. Jamison doesn't race with us every junior drag race, gets here when he can. They kind of travel the country a little bit, junior drag racing. They don't just isolate themselves to one racetrack and do points. Just move it around, and that's the option you have as a race car driver. Ruby, sponsored by Revive and Renew, the Dance Connection, Triple E Sales. 2 wide for Ruby, nice. She gets the win, 783 on the 775 line. Motorcycle buybacks, bike buybacks to the lanes, motorcycle buybacks, bike buybacks, both no box and box. We need to do the lanes. Cammy Verkler over here by the tower, Frankie McGlynn opposing her. Both these young ladies won first round, trying to win second round. With the win, 809 with a 5 on her 802 dial. Had an advantage on the hit. And that wraps Super Junior's second round. Novice Junior coming out next. Leighton Cryer, our points leader. Midwest Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Midwest Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Midwest Super Comp, second round action. You should be in the lanes, please. Motorcycle buybacks to the lanes also, like I just called. Motorcycle buybacks to the lanes, please, like I just called a few minutes ago. Novice Junior in the water. This is Marlee Clark. I understand her junior dragster is sold. She had this thing for sale for the last couple weeks, and it's sold now. Nice piece. Somebody got a nice little race car. They're going to go novice junior dragster racing next year with this little blue and white Marmaid machine. As Marlee moves on up to a bigger car. And that is a problem with these junior dragsters. They just basically outgrow their machinery from time to time, and that's what happened to Marlee. Gunnar Painter taking her on. Gunnar, number 2 in points, got beat first round. Really does need a win here, as he's 13 points currently behind Leighton Cryer in the points chase in Novice Junior. identical green line starts by both of these juniors. And side by side they go. We got a good drag race. Win to Gunnar Painter, 12:18 with a 5 on the 12:09, and he needed it. This is Kendall Rockwell by the tower. Visitors this weekend in our junior drag racing series, and I'm not surprised. Gracie Shaver taking Kendall on. We have the best junior program in the Midwest, pays the best, great turnout, great parents, fantastic racing in our junior dragster program. Here as they both had similar, not quite identical, but similar reaction times. Grace might be giving away a little bit, but she gets the win. 12:01 with a 3 on the 11:90. Here comes Mason McGlynn. I talked to Mace the year before she started drag racing. There was not a more excited little girl to go racing than Mace was. She's got a season under her belt now, number 6 in points, so she'd had a great year. Taking on Calvin Holt. Now Calvin, number 3, got beat first round, cannot get beat this round. He's already behind approximately 40 points for the championship, needs the win. Over there in that spectator side. Red line start for Calvin, and that ends his day. Mason McGlynn gets that win. And speaking of excited racers, Delilah Sawville in the Rat Dragster by the tower had her little junior at the Car Rod and Custom Show earlier this year. I think they had that in January, I believe. Can't remember the exact month, but she had her junior there. And she was just so excited to show off her new race car and jumping up and down with excitement. It was fun to see. Kai Cryer in the Copper Machine. No box winners, box, no box winners to the lanes, box, no box winners to the lanes, please, in motorcycle, box, no box bikes to the winners, please, box, no box bikes to the wins, please. High Crier, the red light, Delilah with the win. Once again, that was for motorcycles, box, no box bike winners, please. Our new class this year is our motorcycles. We're still kind of getting used to it, but it's great to have the bikes here running each other. Everybody's little nightmare, Hudson Foster by the tower running against Jamison Clark. Game old dial 1225, Hudson at 1226. Their launches between them should be imperceptible. They should launch right together. 005 red light for Hudson, and JMO gets the win. Jamison, number 4 in points right now, has made up some points on the field. And here's our points later with the bye run, so he's going to get the win for sure here, make up 10 more points. So Layton not only came into this event with a 3-point lead, he is widening his lead as we speak. So Layton doing what he has to do to win our novice points championship in our here at Cordova Dragway. Once again, box, no box, box. Jeez. No box bike, winners to the lanes. I don't know why I'm tripping over that today, but I am. Box, bikes, no box bikes, winners to the lanes, please. Sportsman buybacks to the lanes, please. Sportsman buybacks to the lanes, 6 and 7. All right, next out will be our Midwest Super Comp Association second round action. Started out this race with approximately 20 of these cars. Well, we should be at approximately 10 as we are in second round. This is an 890 index class. They go quarter mile. The idea being to get as close to that 890 index as they possibly can without going under it. We've had some stellar runs here today. Our number one qualifier went 890 with a 1 to hit the number one qualifier. So that was really awesome in itself. But all of these cars capable of nailing the number, and that's what they're here to do. Sportsman buybacks, 6 and 7. Sportsman buybacks, 6 and 7, please. Every one of these Midwest Super Comp cars capable of running faster than 890 in the quarter mile. That's why most of them are throttle stopped. You'll notice when they launch the car, it probably doesn't go 5 feet and the RPMs die away, and then they come back to life again a few more feet down the track. That is not by accident. It is done to slow the car down so they can hit that 890 index. Super Comp racers have found out over time that it's easier to run consistently doing that than to run out there an 890 car and try to repeat time after time, running that thing right up against the red line. This is Gary Jenkins in the red, white, and blue dragster out of Cuddos, Kentucky. Yowza. Man by the Tower out of Kentucky. Taking on Marty Brown. Russ Brown Motorsports machine. Well, I believe this man by the tower has the long distance award covered for the weekend. That's a long drive out of Not way down south.
Kentucky's in trouble. He breaks up trying to make up the difference, and Marty Brown 892 with a 9 on the 890 index. This is Randy Etheridge, and the man in the Berkey's lane, or the spectator side, however you want to say it. Multicolored Etheridge racing machine. Lacey Rosenberry, her purple dragster. Lacey has raced here in the past in other forms of motivation and a car from time to time. Lacey in the competition. Breakout run for Lacey, unfortunately, and Randy is going to get the win. 892 on the 890, so pretty good run for Etheridge. Only 200s from being perfect on ET. Our number 2 qualifier in today's event, Jesse Smith, the Smith family racing machine over there in the Berkey's lane. Jeffrey Torbeck, the all-black digger. Sportsman Buybacks. Last call, Sportsman Buybacks. Light for Torbeck. Double breakout win for Jeffrey Torbeck. Doesn't happen a lot in 890 index racing, but we had a double breakout there. Jeffrey, the recipient of the win, as Smith went way under the 890 index, loses the race. Crew Chief Pro machine belongs to Don Higgins. Tony Pontello in the all-black dragster. Pontello, 2023-2024 Midwest Super Comp champion in that black machine. And Higgins, the owner of this Crew Chief Pro franchise. Pontello's raced at the wife also has a dragster. She's not running this weekend. Pontello breaks out, win Higgins 893 with the 3. Mark Meyer by the tower, also a 4-time Midwest Super Comp champion. Taking on Larry Bernshausen. Bernshausen has a lot of yellow going on there. That's how you can tell it's him. As Meyer with a little bitty go-kart wheels on the front. But he has made this work for multiple championships in that same dragster. Gets the win, 891 with a 6 on the 90. That's an 024 package for Meyer, and that'll get the job done. Mark is a veteran of our Midwest Super Comp series. Sportsman winners. Sportsman winners to the lanes. If you won first round, it's time to come back up for second round. Sportsman winners to the lanes. 67. Much better light that time for Jana. First round, she just did not hit the tree at all. Cost her the race. Once again, Sportsman winners to the lanes. Sportsman winners to the lanes. Second round action. Drew Davis over there in the far lane or the spectator side, whatever you want to call it. For Davis, 575 with a 4 on the 74. TJ Bernard taking on Scott Parker here. Parker with a nice 016 light. Parker with the win. The big man on the Suzuki by the tower. Robbins for the bike over in that spectator lane. Spun the tires big time. Never got it to hook up, and Carter red lights. So that bike is going to get the win. Carter wasn't even close on the hit there. I don't know what happened. Kyle's usually a lot more consistent than that. And when he sees what his opponent ran after spinning the tire, Carter is going to want to shoot himself. Points leader, Tom Clemmy on the Harley-Davidson spectator side. Jeremy Murphy in the Ninja bike. So a little Harley-Davidson on Ninja bike action coming at you. This ought to be interesting. You can hear Tommy shifting that bike as he goes down the track. He doesn't have a floating clutch in this thing like a lot of these bikes do. Murphy got to make up the distance. Can he get it done? Nope. Win to Tom Clemmy, 669 with a 9 on the 68. Looking at this green and silver beauty last time when he took the win. Don't have a name on him, I don't think, but it's a beautiful bike. We do have a name on the blue machine. That's Leon Robertson. Robertson out of Mapleton, Illinois. Tower Lane and Robertson going to get the victory.
Our motorcycle class here this season, sponsored by 9960 Holding Limited, Durham Remodeling, Fisher Construction, Centerfold Stone Coats, First General Construction, and Grothis Drag Bikes, also sponsored by XL Fab and Machine. Our motorcycle classes, box and no box, would like to thank these sponsors for putting this class on this year. Had a great turnout for motorcycles this year, as these bikes have really answered the call when we've provided them with a little bike-on-bike action here at Cordova. With a good 100-point lead in bike so far. He's just expanding that as he goes, as he's won 2 rounds, so he's sewing this bike championship up. But it's been a good one. All these competitors have really answered the bell when we provided a platform for them to come out and race. A lot of times motorcycle riders have to race against cars, and that's not enjoyable for them or the cars. Breaks out Tower Lane win. Let's have our box buybacks to the lanes 8 and 9. Box buybacks, box car, let's put it that way. Box car buybacks 8 and 9. Box car buybacks 8 and 9, please. Brian White and the Flamed Machine. Quite a long time runner here at Cordova. Stellar lights by both of these competitors. 003 in the Berkey's lane, 006 in the Tower Lane. White gets it done. 567 with a 1 margin of victory, 0.04 of a second for the Tower Lane. Good drag race. And Mike White with the bye run with the cow. And second round coming to the line. A little late model vehicles. The Retro Mustang against the Retro Challenger. That's the Reverend Greg Wheats in the Retro Challenger. Brian Rawlson in the Ford. These guys go all the way to quarter mile, and the Reverend is out in front as we talk. But it's a breakout win for the Mustang. Brian Rawlson, he goes 12:35 with a 5 on his 36. The big Toyota SUV is piloted by Peyton Smith, dialed 1766 against Brandon Phillips in the Impala. These 4-door Impalas were all the rage when they first came out. They had what was called a Corvette motor under them.
was put in the Corvettes of that year of the Impala's production. But yet they were marketed as a family car, so you could buy a family car with a little bit of power, and they were popular. And that win goes to Brandon Phillips in that Impala. Here's our points leader, and you might as well pronounce him the champion because he's almost got an insurmountable lead. Chris Setzer in the Tesla against Friday Night Phil Masick in his classic SS Nova. Setzer with a better light. He always makes his money at the finish line. Let's see if he can do it with Phil. He does it again, 12:33 on the 12:29 as Masick falls off to a 49 on the 47. Setzer with about 3/100ths advantage on the hit. Couple of trucks going at it. Jim Peterson in the big Dodge and Andrew Dykema in the little S10. In at 018, Dykema with a 005. Win to Andrew Dykema, 1283 with a 9 on the 81. That's a nice tight package. 034 package, I believe, in Sportsman. And these cars are foot braked. So that's a sweet package in this category. 4-door 56 Chevy is Christopher Peterson. Been running this car here, I think, for 5 years, maybe longer. Brandon House in the Mustang. Peterson has about 6/100ths in his back pocket. He's trying to work the line. Gives the stripe to House, and Branton House gets the win. Peterson caught him at about the 8th mile. You could hear him jumping up and down on the throttle to keep from breaking out. Unfortunately, he gave the stripe to Branton, and House said, "Thank you very much. I'll take the finish line, and I'll take the win." Chris will not be happy when he sees the ET slip. Our by run, Danny Rankin in the classic Pontiac Trans Am. All right, we called box buybacks. Let's hit it again. Box buybacks to 8 and 9. And now let's go with box winners. Box winners. Box winners to the lanes, please. Box winners to the lanes for second round.
Class for us today, number 1 in points in our no box class, and unfortunately available to do just that, Siobhan Warner. So glad to have Siobhan on the mic. He does an awesome job helping me out. Saves the old man's voice since we got to go again tomorrow. And here we go with box. Siobhan.
In the tower lane, driving Deb's car. Right lane. Okay. Right lane, Alan Block out of Ottawa. So, Anthony dialed in 637, tower lane. Alan Block dialed in 621 in the spectator. Anthony running Deb's car here. Last night told me they were lining it out. Down there driving it. Wind light gonna go to Anthony. He's 14 up front, 1 above 0, 24 total. Allen, not a bad lap, 28 up front. About to cut him loose down there. 2 above 4, no good. Wind light going to Anthony. Next pair up, we got Chrissy Dieters in the left lane in that beautiful, come on, Norm in the Storm and Norman tribute car. Norm found this car a few years ago, decided he wanted to make it look like one he had back in the day. He did a pretty good job. So Chrissy dialed in 604, Norm dialed in 601. Something happens to Chrissy. That is no good. Wind light gonna go to Norm. He is 60 up front. Yeah, there's a car on the track. It's gonna get your win there. Luckily, he was looking over. Made sure to get out of the gas. All right, so left lane, I believe we've got Clay Schleter in the Malibu, right? Now then 616, Kaylee Cannon, daughter of Chad. Dialed in 516 in the long car. Go there. Chad and Kaylee have both been going some rounds up at Byron lately. Up there a few weeks ago. And she won a Gambler. Dad won or runner-up. Big rig. Clay dialed in 616. Kaylee dialed in 516. Kaylee's 43 up front, 4 above 5, no good. Nice leader. Next pair, we got Jacob Connor. Left lane, dialed in 626. Right lane, we got Roe Barcher. Dialed in 633. Jacob in the fire chicken there, who that is. Row in the Chanel. I'm learning. Got about 200. Top end, Winlight gonna go to Connor. He's 17 up front, 3 above 0, 47 total. Ratcher, he's 39 up front, breaking it out with 3 foul. He got there by 11 foul. Winlight going to Connor. Right lane, got Ted Cannon. Dialed in 493. Left lane, we got Blake Bangsness. Dialed in 620. Ted, the adult lingerie model out of Rochelle. You see him, make sure you bring that up to him. Hang on to it. No. Blake 14 up front, taking 20 to be 2 thou under. Ted was 25 up front. Winlight going to Cannon. Next pair we have Rick Berkler in the left lane, dialed in 457. Right lane we got Rod Walter, dialed in 628. Not sure how often Rod comes here. I see him at Tri-State quite often. Oh, Mike's a lot better with the points. I think Rick is up there, ain't he? Oh, right. Rick dialed in 457, Rod dialed in 628. Rick is 23 up front, dead on with a 3. Nice slap from Berkler. Dalton and the blue and green dragster, dialed in 503. Right lane we got Ben Wolf, dialed in 455. My buddy Ted would call that a circus wagon paint job. Looks cool though, I do like it. Blown LS. Ben Wolf's 14 up front. Next pair, we have Hannah Ince, I believe, S10, dialed in 5, that's close to 34, yep. Right lane, Anthony, Chicken Farmer lane. Come back around in the long car, he's dialed in 494. If I had to guess, he could probably go a 92, maybe 93. Kind of tough holding against some slow cars. Hannah dialed in 634, Anthony dialed in 494. Gets down there, 25 up front, 7 above with a 6 for the win. Winlight going to Anthem. Next pair, we got Kevin Berkler, your points leader. He has Jay Wilson. Kevin going to be dialed in 484. Jay dialed in 598. Does. Kevin's 13 up front, dead 9, 22 total. Jay, let's go a little soft. He's 27 up front. 5 thou on the breakout. 000. Nice landing. Third gen, we got Finn Loaf. Right lane in the Dodge, we got PJ Mazuka. PJ's dialed in, looks like 563. Camaro, none of us can see the dial in up here, so. Mazuka's dialed. Yeah, there you go, it's Mazuka's dialed. So, left lane, Finn Loaf, dialed in 507. Right lane, PJ Mazuka, dialed in 563. Mazuka's got 3,000 in his pocket. He's 22 up front, dead on with a 7. Take 12. What's that? 29 total. Next pair, we got Scott dialed in at a 486. Right lane, we got Brian Barton dialed in 607. Brian's in the car, getting ready. I can see it. I like it. Pulling the gloves tight. Love it. So, left lane dialed in 486. Right lane dialed in 607. Total. Marsden's 10 up front, 1 above 4, 24 total. You guys do the math on that, 1,000 stripes. Went like going to Barton. We got Jake Stansberry in the left lane, 3rd in points, I'm being told. Dialed in 466. Right lane, we got Rich Kent, dialed in 576. Stansberry, he's 20 up front, dead on with a 9. 29 total, taking 4,000. It's 31 up front, dead on with a 2. 33 total, no good. Next pair, we got Ken Barsma, dialed in 507. We need no box to 6 and 7, juniors to 3 and 4. No box, round 3, juniors round 3. We'll take you to the lanes, please. The left lane, we got Ken Barsma, 507. Right lane, we got Mike Schleter, dialed in 651. Race car, I believe that is. 457. Right lane, Brandon Phillips. Dialed in 535. And the old Danny Nelson, I believe that is. Could be wrong. Phillips, 17 up front, dead on with 8. That's 25 total. Bowsman's 19 up front, 1 above 8. No good. Win light going to Phillips. We got Pat McGlynn here in the left lane, second in points. So we got Pat McGlynn left lane, dialed in 496. Right lane, I know his name, but I can't think of it. Dialed in 610. Driver not on the file. 37. 2 above 9. No good. Win light McGlynn. Next pair we got Andy Cronkleton, sorry. And then Camaro, dialed in 572. Right lane we got Scotty Lindell, dialed in 515. I think we need no box and juniors to the lane still. Not sure how many there are, but. Let go, net on with a 5. That's 13 total. Lindell locked out. He's 12 up front, 2 above 0. No good. Win like going across. Yeah, so our next pair, we got my buddy Jared Balk. Nate Blown dragster, dialed in 482. Right lane, another buddy of mine is Taylor Sleeper. S10, dialed in, I had to guess, 688? Yeah, 688. No box and juniors. We got our bicar for box in the water, so we need no box next. No box to the lanes, please. Balk dialed in 482. Schleter dialed in 688. Top end, win light. Gonna go to Balk. He's 13 up front, dead on with a 7. 20 total. Schleter's 19 up front. Takes 19, but break it out 8 thou, trying to do so. Win light gonna go to Balk. We got our bicar, Bobby and Senior, number 6 in points, being told. And another circus wagon paint job. And Senior dialed in 502. Exit to be 1 above 5. No box class in the water or in the staging lanes. Juniors, you shouldn't be far behind them. I've been talking about these circus wagon paint jobs, you know. They're all funny, funky colors, and I got to give a little credit to my buddy Ted Cannon for giving me that phrase. He's got a beautiful car he calls Platinum, and he told the guy that Mad Mark Krupa painted it. He told him, I don't want one of them circus wagon paint jobs. It's got to look classy, you know. I'm a classy guy. And Mark delivered. That circus wagon paint job phrase came from Ted, so shout out to Ted Cannon on that one. And if you're ever checking out those lingerie magazines, you might see Ted in there. He been a model now for about, what did he tell me, 28 years, something like that. He's finally getting Saturdays off, so he can come racing. Our first pair of no box rolling in the water. Left lane, we got Chad Cannon. Out of, I don't know where he's out of. Races at Byron. Right lane, we got Doug Lancaster. Dolo Doug. All right, left lane, Chad Cannon, dialed in 690. Yep, Chad dialed in 695. Right lane, double O Doug, dialed in 6 flat. Looks like Doug Lancaster is third in points. Under. Double O Doug is 008 red and 33 foul. Win like over the cannon. Next lap, we got Zach Lewis in the left lane, dialed in 620. Right lane, we got Pete McGee in the front engine. Zach's a buddy of mine. Dialed in 620, but could probably stray to go 615. Zach came up in the juniors, racing all over. Showed all them kids how it was done. Getting in the big car, trying to do the same. Pete, he's been doing it. We expect good things out of him. He's 3, take 32, be dead 9, 12 total. For Glenn, 39 up front, dead 5, no good. Nice lap from Zach. Gobbled up the stripe, but it don't matter when you're going dead on. Left lane, we got Dan Beal, the Pontiac, dialed in 678. Right lane, we got Cole Robinson, dialed in 642. Ray Nave's old, Ray Nave's old ride. Normally, Drew's driving the Pontiac today. Dan's wheeling it. Top end, the red light gonna Dan Beal, he's 76 up front, 9 thou under. Cole, 55 up front, 13 thou under, taking 25. No good. Next pair here, we've got Ryan Robinson. He's 3rd in points, 4th in points. Dialed in 686. Ben Stinson. Don't know much about this guy. He's dialed in 656. Robinson in the S10. Stinson in the Mustang. To Ben Stinson, 53 up front, dead on with a 6, that's 59 total. Ryan Robinson, 45 up front. 11,000, no good. Win like going to Stinson. Next pass, we've got Drew Bill, left leg, Camaro. He's dialed in 745, he just laid a good one down on me. Right lane, we got my buddy Tyler Brooks. Dialed in 688, professional pipe layer. You need any drainage, any tile, hold the Brooks, get you done right. Going up on him. Win light gonna go to Tyler. He's 8 up front, dead on with a 2. That's 10 total. Beal, he was locked out up front. He has 32. Broke out trying to do it. He got there 2,000. Next lap, we got Mike Clark in the left lane, dialed in 662. Right lane, we got Bobby Inch Jr., 586. Cool seeing these cars over the years. I know both of these cars. Not sure who owns Clark's car. He's going to take advantage of it. Bobby Inch Jr., 18 up front, 7 above with a 5, taking 8 down. Mike Clark, 122 up front, still breaking out. Win light going in. Super Comp lanes 8 and 9, please. Midwest Super Comp lanes 8 and 9. Next pair, we got Chad Stewson in the Mustang, dialed in 572. Right lane, we got Steve Johnson, dialed in 688. I think Steve's car for sale if you want to go racing. Gonna get the win. He's 17 red, 1-0. Steve's 22 red, 7. Red light going to Stewson. Right lane, we got Rich Fields, dialed in 617. Or sorry, left lane, we got Rich Fields, dialed in 617. Right lane, we've got Tim Fitzpatrick, dialed in 790. Seen that horn? Midwest Super Company. Fitzpatrick got some work to do. Fields is going to get it done. He was 009 up front, 1 above 4, taking 45. Right lane's 40 up front, 2 above 8, no good. Win light, Rich Fields. Next lap, we got Chris Setzer in the Tesla, dialed in 805. Scott Parker on the scooter, dialed in 612. Contrary to popular belief, Chris tells me these Teslas aren't as consistent as everybody says. Didn't give me the lowdown on them. I thought about jumping in one, but. Top end, wind light, gonna go to Scott Parker. He's 26 up front, 2 above 4, taking 22. Chris did a heck of a job down there dropping him, but no bueno. He's 67 up front, dead on with a 5, no good.
Boy, I want to thank Siobhan Warner stepping on the mic for me. He's a whole different experience than Mike on the mic, that's for sure. The way he announces and the way he rolls things out. Siobhan, your phone is up here, by the way, so if you need your cell phone back, it's up here right by me, so it ain't going nowhere. But thanks again. We'll probably get him back before the race is over to do a few classes. Always nice to hear him. Always nice to get a break. I still got all day tomorrow to go. Our bracket points race number 11 scheduled. Gates open at 8 a.m. On track at 9 a.m. tomorrow. All right, Super Junior coming at you. This is Alexa Burlett. Number 4 in points, the way I read it right now. We are shuffling as we go. Jackson Reeves, number 5 in points. Actually, I think he's pretty close. He's not quite overtaken Alexa yet. Might be able to do it with a win right here, as Alexa's right in at number 4, Jackson at number 5. Midwest Super Comp, we need you the lanes for next round. Midwest Super Comp, lanes please. Alexa with a beautiful 001 line, and she has got Jackson in trouble. Sure enough, Alexa Burlett with the win. Here's our points leader, Tyler Barsama. Our top 1, 2, 3, 4 got beat first round, including Ty and Camden. Camden number 3 in points. So number 1 against number 3 on the line. Tyler with about 100th in the back pocket. Breakout run for Camden, win Tyler Barsama. Clark over there by her dad, then Berkey's Lane. Tanner Liston in the black dragster. Bikes will take you back to the lanes. Motorcycles, both classes to the lanes, please. Quick math tells me that Tyler has approximately 344.5 total. Second place would be Camden at 319 points. So Tyler has maintained his lead in Super Junior going into today's event, and he's still going rounds. Tanner Liston, red light, Ruby Clark win. Here's Landon. Landon Cook, white motion race works dragster, and he must have lost the flip because he likes being in Berkey's lanes more. But Frankie McGlynn won that flip. She's over there. Both these racers been going rounds today, so we got a good matchup on the line right there. Win to Landon Cook, 906 to the 9 on the 0-2. Margin of victory, 4 thousandths of a second. That was a close drag race. Pony over here by the tower. Been over here all day with the right trailers machine against Laney Thomas. Laney in that Berkey's Farm Store lane. To a 97 with an 8 on his 90. Good to see Casey Eller going rounds today. Not always able to make our junior program, but when they do damage. Mandy McGlynn trying to do something about that. Casey sponsored by Hoboco Custom Automotive, Wiz, Shago Heating and Cooling, Illini Outlaw, Dix, can't read the last word, I'm not sure what it's supposed to be, Kirk Farms, Roscombe Farms, and the Shine Shop. Maddie sponsored by Connor Construction and our mom and dad. James Bond Light, she's got the advantage. She got the win, 801 on the 797. Delilah Sawville, here we go with our novice junior class, and she's running the Rap Rat Dragster over here by the tower. Taking on our points leader in this class, Leighton Cryer. So Leighton definitely needs the win. As he's won first 2 rounds, he wants to keep doing just that, as he only came in today's event with a thin little 3-point lead over Gunner. In his back pocket going down the track. Leighton Cryer, 12:02 with a 1 on the 1190. Jamison Clark, excuse me. Having a fine second year running that dragster. Number 4 in points over there by the spectators. Mason McGlynn by the tower. Young man in the blue and pink and green. Young lady in this silver and green machine. Always liked Mason's dragster layout. It's a sharp looking car. All right, Midwest Super Comp, next round, we're waiting for you. Midwest Super Comp, let's have you so we can get next round action in as the sun goes down. J-Mo's got about 2/10 on the hit. Jameson with a win, 096 up front, 1228 with a 2 on the 18. Grazy Schaefer coming up by the tower. Taking on number 2 in points, Gunnar Painter. And Gunnar needs the win. He got beat first round, but he still can accumulate some points and stay in the program. He needs to win right here and right now to do just that. He'll give up about 15 more. Like he's got Grace covered. We'll see at the stripe. Win Gunnar Painter, 12-17 on the 11. So Leighton Cryer right now with about a 23-point cushion in first place. Gunnar Painter hanging in there at number 2. But those two are kind of the only two that got much of a chance here in novice, as the others have fallen off. James Clark still in it, but he started the day about 70 points into 4th place, so got a lot to catch up. And I don't know if we have enough rounds of racing left in today and tomorrow's event to get that done. So it's probably between Leighton and Gunnar for our novice points championship, and they're both still in the running. All right, here we go. Next round action, Midwest Super Comp. Midwest Super Comp. Motorcycles back to the lanes, both classes. Bikes back to the lanes, both classes. Sportsman back to 6-7. Zig 7 for Sportsman. Let's see you back here. Sportsman, next round action, back to the lanes. Jeffrey Torr back over here by the tower. And Marty Brown taking him on. Both these guys, index 890. Like I said, down to 5 in our Midwest. So you can call this semifinals plus 1. Let's call it that. Breakout run for Marty Brown. Jeffrey Torbeck gets a win, 893. Nice little hit by Jeff. Here's one of the hitters in this class, Mark Meyer, Meyer Racing. This guy's a hard man to get by when it comes to Super Comp racing. 4-time Midwest Super Comp champion. in that same drag. Just had it repainted this year by the son of the guy who painted this car 30 years ago initially. So all in the family for Mark. Don Higgins taking him out. Machine. Has about a 10 in the back pocket. Actually a 100th, let's put it that way. Meyer makes it up, 890 with a 7. Nice run by Mark on the 90i. And we got a buy run coming to the water. So we'll be down to 3. Bikes, we need you to the lanes. Come on, let's go. Motorcycles, box, no box, we need you to the lanes. Trying to get this program in here. The sooner we get it in, the sooner we can call it a night. We got an early day tomorrow. Let's go. Randy Etheridge on the buy run. Etheridge looking to get on that 890 index. Let's see how he does. 069 light. 887 with a 9, so he came in pretty thin, but he likely left him a little room at the stripe and just run it right on through because he knew he had the win already. Sportsman, you should be in the lanes also or on your way. We're getting down on cars, down on bikes. We're getting to the nitty gritty of it, so appreciate it when I call you if you come up as promptly as you can. Get this program concluded today. As we all, like I said a little bit ago, have an early day tomorrow. 8 a.m. gates open, 9 a.m. on track. And while we got a quiet moment, 7:30 breakfast. Breakfast being served at concession, 7:30 a.m. Biscuits and gravy, breakfast sandwich. Sometimes they have sweet rolls. Don't quote me on that. Sometimes they do. Sometimes she doesn't. Depends on supply and demand. But I do know they'll have biscuits and gravy breakfast sandwiches 7:30 a.m. in the morning at concessions. So that is a great way to start out your day here at Cordova. Get ready for the final bracket race of the year. Sponsored by Quartermax Chassis Racing Components and RJ Race Cars. Call on motorcycles. If you're not up here, we're going to run without you. As simple as that. I've called you guys like 5 times. We're missing one of you. We're going to go. Let's get you back in lanes, 8 and 9. Box, let's get you back for next round action. Box, your call. Points leader, and might as well call him points champion in this class, Tom Clemmy, on the Harley Davidson over here by the tower. Got a substantial lead coming into today. He's only widened that lead, but he's got some competition. Scotty Parker, quite the hitter on his bike. That Suzuki is a killer. This ought to be a great drag race coming at you. Clemmy in at 667, Scotty at 611. Clemmy got the win. That's 667 with a 4 on the 667. 028 pack for Tom Clemmy. Scotty picked a bad time to not have his best light. Young lady over here by the tower is Jonna Jenkins. Had a bad light in first round, cost her a race, bought back in, and she's been killing it ever since. Drew Davis taking her on over there in that spectator side. Davis 004 light. So a good little hit for Drew. And here's our buy run in no box. Leon Robinson. Runner out of Mapleton, Illinois. Here we go with Mike White and the Yellow Cow right by the tower. Mike's been running that two-wheeler at the racetrack many, many years, so he's got the surface figured out. Haven't got an ET yet on the blue bike, but we're getting it straightened out. Blue bike anyway, so it does not matter. White 017 on the hit, 554 on the stripe. Box, you've been called. Next round action. Box to the lanes. Next round action. And this is Brian White. Well, let's call this quarterfinals for our Sportsman class down to 6. Danny Rankin in the Pontiac, Brian Phillips in the Chevrolet. And when you talk about driving these cars to the race and then racing them, I've actually followed Rankin in his Pontiac in the gate before, a couple of times, really, when I'm coming to work here. So I know for a fact he drives it.
Dykema and Brian Rowlson. Andrew Dykema is down to 1278, and Brian Rowlson is down to 1235. Similar 330s. And Dykema is going to take the win. And Brian Branson House. We're going to have an 018 and an 055, similar 60 foots. And Branton House is going to take the win. With the win. Mustang in Tower Lane. PJ Mazuka in the white Dodge in right lane. Zuka with the win. Tower side. Senior in the multicolored Chevelle. Take the win. On the left lane and Brian Martin in the tower lane. In the left lane. In the far lane.
No box to the lanes, no box to the lanes. Next round action, no box. Let's have ya.
Snake in the tower lane and in the far lane. Take the win. Connor in left lane. Braden Phillips in the far lane. Take the win in the right lane. Far lane. I take the win. I take the win. And Anthony Lane in the dragster.
Back to the lanes. Juniors back to the lanes. Midwest Super Comp. Next round action back to the lanes. Midwest Super Comp back. Juniors back. We're getting to that time of the night, folks, that down to singular digits in all of our classes. I'm not calling this roundy round time yet, but we are darn close. So if you win, be ready to come back quickly so we can conclude our program and head on down the road as we got an early morning tomorrow. So once again, juniors back to the lanes. Midwest Super Comp back to the lanes.
Junior in the right lane. Zach Lewis in the tower lane. The far lane. Zach Lewis with the win. Spectator lane. In the corner, Chevelle. It's in the far lane. And Chad Stinson in the tower lane. Spectator lane 1. And juniors to the lane, please. Cook with the win.
We got Ruby in the far lane.
Maxima in the left lane.
Ruby's got better reaction time, and on a double breakout, Ruby Clark gets the win.
In the far lane.
And Casey in the tower lane.
Into the reaction time.
Oh, but Casey breaks out, giving the win to Alexa.
We have Leighton Fryer in the left lane.
Jamison Clark in the right.
Three cards. Let's see who wins.
Oh, but it's going to be a double breakout. Jamison Clark getting the win. Here comes Gunnar Painter with his bar run in the right lane.
Right. Sportsman back to the lanes. Sportsman back to the lanes. Box back to the lanes. It's roundy round time, folks. We are down to single digits in just about every class. So you win. Let's get you back here. Roundy round time.
Gunnar Painter had a nice 023 flight. Byron.
Right in the tower side. Dialed in at 890.
Randy Etheridge and left side. Mark Meyer with the win.
Jeffrey Torbeck in the right or left lane. bikes coming in the water. In the tower lane.
And the win goes to Leon Robeson.
In the Berkey.
Here comes the box bike final. Mike White on the yellow Kawasaki tower side. Another Ryan White. And Ryan gets the win.
And Phillips in the Berkey.
And Andrew Dykema in the pickup truck on the tower side. Very similar reaction to cars.
Phillips with the win.
Got Branson House with the bye run. No box to lane 6-7. No box to lane 6-7.
All right, it's roundy round time here at Cordova Dragway. You win the race, you come back around as soon as you can. So it's roundy round time here.
Next lap's a Super Pro coming at you. Left lane, we got Kevin Verkler. Being told this is a big lap here. Left lane, we got Kevin Verkler. Right lane, we got the chicken farmer. The one, the only, Anthony Lane. All right, Kevin dialed in 481. Anthony dialed in 493. That's 11 total. Kevin Verkler, 39 up front, breaking it out 5 thou. Red light going to the chicken. Might not be. All right, next pair, left lane, we got Rick Verkler. Dialed in at 454. Right lane, we got PJ Mazuka, dialed in 561. Driver stage, here we go. Going to Mazuka. Top end win light gonna go to Verkler. He's 38 up front, done on with a 7. That's 45 total. Right lane's 10 up front, breaks it out 1 thou, taking 36. Win light going to Verkler. Next pair, we got Clay Schleter in the left lane in the Malibu. Right lane, we got Brian Barton. Schleter dialed in at a 611. Barton dialed in 605. Top end, the win light gonna go to Brian Barton. He's 008 up front, dead on with a 7. That's 15 total. Taking 5 thou down there. Schleter's 15 up front, dead on with a 5. 20 total. No good. Win light, Brian Barton.
the win.
I have here in no box. Once the drivers are ready, they'll be rolling out. Looks like 3x24. Last pair of box rolling in the water here. We're waiting on Brandon Phillips to come back around after running in Sportsman. He's going to have the men's lingerie model, Ted Cannon. He was just telling me that he's been there 30 years and he had to beg his boss for Saturdays off. They finally gave it to him. We got Brandon Phillips dialed in. Right lane, we got Ted Cannon. He's dialed in 493. Ted's a past Division III NHRA champ. I think he won in Indy back in the day. Brandon, fast track champion here. I know he won a points championship a few years back. Brandon dialed in 533. Ted dialed in 493. Both drivers identical up front. One of them's ripping it top end. The win light's going to go to Ted Cannon. He's 27 up front, 5 thou under. Brandon's 27 up front, taking 6 thou to be 11 thou under. Win light Ted. Looks like Nate's making a time run. 5 no boxers left. They're getting ready to roll in the water. I believe Zach Lewis is sitting on the bye. He's going to get to use it here. First lap out, we're going to have, I believe his name is Rich Fields, if I'm right. Yeah, there you go. Rich Fields and the good-looking Chevelle there. Right lane, we got Scotty Parker on the scooter. '17. Right lane dialed in 612. Only 5 Huns separate them. Big advantage going to Fields. Can he hang on to it? He cannot. Winlight going to go to Scott Parker. He's 32 up front, dead on with a 1, 33 total. Fields is 14 up front, taking 32 to be, what is that, 13th thou under. No good. Winlight going to Parker. Next pair, we got Tyler Brooks in the left lane, dialed in 684. In a Tangerine Dream. Right lane, we got Bobby Inch Jr. Dialed in 586. Tyler's in. Enty's in. Oh, both drivers let go soft. Tyler's got an advantage. Can he hang on to it? And he does. Tyler, 36 up front, 2 above with a 1. That's 57 total. Enty, 51 up front, 3 thou under, taking 9. Had to take 6 or better. Winlight going to Tyler Brooks. Might have messed the math up there, but Tyler won. Our bye run here, we got Zach Lewis. Dialed in 619. Dad Mike down there watching on. He gave me some good advice earlier. Zach gets after a little bit. He's 15 red up front. But dead 0 down there. He knew what he was doing. Down to 3 and no box.
Up to the lanes, please. Landon Cook in the left lane.
And Alexa Burlett, right.
Landon Cook dialed in at 902. Ruby and Alexa in the final. Gunnar Painter, tower side.
And Jameson Clark in the right.
Gunnar Painter dialed in the
Jameson Clark at a 12:17. And the win goes to Jameson Clark as Gunnar Painter breaks out by 5 thou.
Good job, Jameson Clark. The Clark family.
Coming at you, our final round. We started off with about 20 of these Super Comp cars, down to 2. This is Mark Meyer over here by the tower. The little bitty wheels on the front of his dragster. We were talking about it earlier, how many of these Super Comp cars, these diggers especially, ran with the little bitty wheels on the front for many years. I guess the tires for these little wheels getting kind of hard to find, but there still are a few that do it. Jeffrey Torbeck taking him on in the all-black digger. We're on an 890 index, and this is the final round. So winner for our Midwest Super Comp Series here on Saturday on the line right now. Mark is no stranger to winning these races. He's a 4-time Midwest Super Comp champion. So Jeff got his work cut out for him, but he has been cutting down the tree and going rounds. This should be a heck of a race. And Mark Meyer is your Midwest Super Comp champion here today, this Saturday, at the racetrack at Cordova Dragway. Congratulations to Mark Meyer on your win here today in Midwest Super Comp. These guys will be out back out tomorrow for more Midwest Super Comp action.
to the lanes, please. Box to the lane, please. Final round for Sportsman.
Brandon Phillips in the tower lane. Branton House in the right lane.
Brandon Phillips dialed in the 14th, and Branton House dialed in the 13th. And Brandon Phillips takes the win.
Congratulations to Brandon Phillips for winning the Sportsman final.
Again, box in the lanes, please.
Ted Cannon to the lanes, please. Ted Cannon to the lanes, please. Ricky in our lane. Brian Martin down at 605. Very close reaction time. 009 and Brian Barton gets the win, running a 606 with a 2 on his 605, and Rick running a 456 on his 453.
This is Mace on the mic, and that's my dad over there in the left lane, Pat McGlynn. And we got Pat McGlynn dialed in a 494, and Ted Cannon dialed in a 482. And Pat McGlynn with the win. Ted Cannon with 66 red to Pat's 18 light. Lane with the fire run.
All right, we need Scott Parker up here.
Anthony Lane gets the win. Missing one in our Super Junior final. Missing one in our Super Junior final. Missing Alexa Burlett for the Super Junior final. We also need Brian White in the motorcycles. Brian White to the lane, please. Alexa running a 7:56 on her 7:55. Congrats, Ruby.
We got Brian White in the left tower side.
We got Skinny Guy on the blue bike.
And Brian White takes the win. Skinnier guy breaks out. Box and no box to the lanes, please. Box and no box to the lanes, please.
Points updates for the juniors. In Super Junior, first place is Tyler Barsama. Second place is Jaden Reeves. Third place is Alexa Burlett. Fourth place is Camden Holdorf. And fifth place is Jackson Reeves.
Now for novice juniors, we got Leighton Cryer, is Gunnar Painter in second place, Jameson Clark in third place, Calvin Holt, Calvin in fourth place, and Mason McGlynn in fifth place. Based on the mic, we have Pat McGlynn in the left lane, and we got Anthony Lane in the Berkey side. Pat McGlynn dialed in 494, and Anthony Lane dialed in 492. Let's see who wins. This is the semifinal going right now. And Pat McGlynn takes the win. And the bye is Ryan Barnes. Dialed in a 606. In the final round, we're going to have Brian Barton and Cameron win the final. The bye round.
Here we got the no box final. Over here in the top, we got Tangerine Dream. And we have Scott Parker on the motorcycle. Tyler Brooks dialed in at a 684, and Scott Parker at a 614. Tyler Brooks went red. Congratulations to Scott Parker for taking home the no box win tonight.
Everybody on track tomorrow, 9 a.m., which means gates open at 8. So 9 a.m., hot on track, one-time run, and we go racing just like every other Sunday. That'll be our final bracket race of the year tomorrow. So everybody gear themselves up and get ready to run, because that will be it. Breakfast will be served at 7:30 a.m. out of the concession stand. Biscuits and gravy, breakfast sandwich. Sometimes they have sweet rolls available. If they do have sweet rolls available, it's usually limited quantity. So it pays to get there early. Get your pick of what you want. 7:30 a.m., concession stands will be open, serving breakfast. Coffee is always available. If you need a pop, Pepsi products are on tap, Pepsi, Mountain Dew, that sort of thing. So tomorrow morning, back at it again here at Cordova Dragway, one more time in 2025. So that's where we sit. We'll add up the points later on tonight, probably in the morning, probably have an updated points list on every class. The girls have already read what the updated points are in Super Junior and Novice Junior, so you're caught up with that. And we'll catch everything else up first thing in the morning. So 8 a.m. gates open, 9 a.m. hot on track tomorrow for race number 11 in our bracket points series, sponsored by Quartermax Chassis and Racing Components and RJ Race Cars.
This is the last race for tonight. race on the mic. We have Pat McGlynn in the left side. 490. We got Brian Martin dialed in as 05. Let's see who wins.
Red light start for Brian Barton. He went 004 red. Pat McGlynn with the 004 light getting the win.
Good job, Pat McGlynn. Job for everyone that made it to the finals. And that's it for today.